I want to call the October 20, 2022 meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission to order. First of all, I want to say if you wish to speak on any subject tonight, you need to get a blue card. They're at the door. Fill out this blue card to let us know who you are and the item you want to speak on. If it's an item on the agenda, you'll be called when that item comes up on the agenda. If it's not on the agenda, you'll be called on under citizens' comments. And everyone who speaks from a resident standpoint, will you please limit your remarks to 5 minutes? We have a large crowd here tonight, and I'm sure there's several people that want to talk. So we want to give everybody a chance. But please don't repeat the same thing over and over that the person before you said. Just raise your hand when they're through, and we'll understand that you support whatever they've said. And also, please go on the back of the agenda that you can get at the door. There's some protocols for speaking. Please look over that and respect other speakers. Approval of the agenda, item number 1, Mark.
I don't have any amendments to that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Approval of the minutes for the September 15th, 2022 meeting.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I abstain. I was not here.
Item number 3, review a request for recommendation of approval of the Board of Mayor and Alderman for a variance of 122 feet from the distance between driveways and 65 feet from the distance between driveway and intersection requirement for collectors' streets, as provided for in the driveways and other access ways ordinance, for a proposed single-family resident at 221 South Hobbs Road, Red Door Homes applicant.
Yeah, this agenda item involves a re-subdivision plat that was approved administratively in 2021. When we approved that, this didn't come to the Planning Commission because they didn't request any variances, and it was just a 2-lot redivision. We did mention to the surveyor that whenever the house was proposed to be constructed on this lot off of South Hobbs Road, that they would have to have the access approved through the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Alderman. Because Hobbs Road is a local collector street, it's not a local street, and accesses onto non-local streets have to be approved through the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Alderman. So this particular access, it does line up with a driveway on the other side of South Hobbs Road. I'll show you kind of the aerial, and you can see that. It is, however, it's physically impossible to meet the 200 feet separation that's required on this road. The proposed driveway is about 78 feet from the driveway to the north, and it's about 135 feet to the intersection with Old Stage Road. The engineering staff did go out and look at the site distance because they had the access marked in the field, and they were comfortable with the site distance in both directions. So based on the fact that this access only serves one entity, it does line up with the access on the other side of South Hobbs, and it does meet site distance as determined by our engineering staff. The staff recommends approval of this access and the associated variances, and it would have to go to the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
Does anybody on the Planning Commission have any questions for Mark?
Yes, I have a question. Mark, in your description there, it says that the staff would recommend a sidewalk on that property, and I don't see any other sidewalks on that street, even though some.
Yeah, that's something they may come back and request a variance from the subdivision regulations, but the surveyor, when they prepared the plat, they did not request a variance, or it would have had to come before the Planning Commission, because anytime you need a variance to the subdivision regulations, that has to be presented to the Planning Commission. Now, it's true on that side of Hobbs Road, there's not a sidewalk, and frankly, probably won't be in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. There's two houses next to it that are fairly recent
Yeah.
constructions and they didn't.
Yeah,
weren't
those
required
were
to
lots
build
of record that didn't go through the subdivision process, so
them.
that's
Okay,
what
I just wanted to
triggered
clear
it.
that up. Thank
So
you.
they may come before you all.
Thank you.
Another thing, just dealing with this, that I might bring back to you all some other time for discussion is whether the staff can approve these accesses that are really, frankly, probably no-brainers, and not have to take an applicant through both the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for a situation like this where it's just one house, or the access that we looked at a couple of months ago on Turkey Creek Road, where it was just one property owner needing to access their lake frontage. So that's something that we may bring back to you all to see if we can streamline that process a little bit more, if you all are in agreement with that.
I think that's the proper thing to do.
With that, we do recommend approval of what they're requesting.
Anyone with the applicant here?
They called me today and said they probably weren't going to be able to make it due to a last-minute conflict.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Anyone fill out a card for this?
Not for this item, no.
Okay. Do I have a,
I move for approval based on the access and the site distance and the review that the staff has done.
Mark, just for clarity, we have to approve a variance first, or this is we're requesting a variance?
Well, the access would
Is
be
a
tied
variance.
to a variance, so, they're kind of one and the same.
Okay. Just getting clarity.
It would be a variance in order to approve the access, yeah.
Okay.
so we have a motion?
fine.
Do I have a second?
Yes, we do. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to item number 4, discussion and public hearing on the approval of the preliminary plat for Westerly subdivision parcel 8.019 and 10.2, tax map 152, 8.74 acres, 12 lots, zoned R-1 and R-2, BHN-P applicant.
Okay, as you remember, this item was brought to you all most recently at the August Planning Commission meeting, and action was postponed at that time, so that the request was to have the applicant's engineers to go back and look at other possible access options for this subdivision. The property itself is zoned both commercial and residential, and it fronts on both Champions Point and Kingston Pike. So there's two different access opportunities for this property. And so the Planning Commission asked the applicant to go back and look at different access options onto Kingston Pike. There was an access that would be further west that would line up with the accesses at the Little Turkey Creek Commons. And let me see if I can point that out real quick. That's over in this area. As you know, the current access is proposed up here on Champions, which is an internal street to Fox Den. So that was one option that was asked to look at. Another was to come in off of the traffic signal at Old Stage and to have a switchback to get you up on that spur that goes through the residential property. So that was the second option. And the third option that they looked at was also from the traffic signal, bringing the road straight in and then having two cul-de-sacs off of that. I can turn it over to the applicant and they can go through these different access options. The town engineer, I did mention in my report that we would give you an opinion about this. He did review these different options and is in agreement with the applicant's proposed access on the Champions based on the issues with the other access points and the fact that there's 12 lots in what they're proposing and the measures that they're recommending both to raise the approach grade at Champions Point and the signage that the traffic impact study was specifying for this was satisfactory based on the number of lots and the size of the proposed subdivision. So With that, I would say that if you do end up taking action on the original subdivision, there are 3 variances that are associated with the street itself, not the access, that you would need to take action on first, and then action on the preliminary plat itself. So, and we have recommendations on all those that were included in the staff recommendation. So with that, I'll turn it over, I guess, to the applicant. I do have some citizens that have also signed up for this item.
Ladies and gentlemen of the staff, ladies and gentlemen of the commission and staff, my name is Rodney Phillips. I represent the developer on this project. I just want to thank you
We
guys.
have an address,
I'm sorry,
an address.
1540 Lawrence Glen Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee. I do want to thank you for your time and diligence on this matter, and most importantly, your patience. I know it's been a process, but hopefully through this process, we'll have a really good project that will work. I am here to answer any of your questions. I think all of you have reviewed the packet. All those alternatives were looked at critically in that packet and discussed. We also have as backup the individual that put that packet together, Miss Katie Patterson from Batson-Himes, Norvell and Poe, is standing behind me here. And also tonight we have with us the traffic engineer on this project, Mr. Robert Jacks, is also here. So if you have any questions for those individuals, we can have them step up. And other than that, I'll yield.
Does anybody on the planning commission have any questions of the applicant?
They're going to go through the options.
It probably would be good, Rodney, if whoever's on your behalf could just walk through these options in more detail, what you found and what your conclusions were.
Katie Patterson. I'm with Batson-Himes, Norvell and Poe. Our address is 4334 Paper Mill Drive. Okay, so I'll just go through the packet as you all have it. So last time we came here, as Mark already stated, we looked, you guys wanted us to look at other options for accessing this proposed development. The first one is an entrance in the southwest corner of the site. I know you guys had talked about lining it up with the ride-in, ride-out that's across Kingston Pike from the other commercial development. We took a look at this. Kingston Pike in this area has a speed limit of 40 miles per hour. Where this access is proposed here, it's hard to see on paper, but you are right in that curve. And if you guys have driven down Kingston Pike, heading towards, is it Smith Road? You've driven that curve, you understand it. It's a pretty blind curve. When you sit right here, you do not have the required sight distance you would need to turn left. In addition, you would have to cross 2 lanes of westbound traffic, the turn lane, and then 2 lanes of eastbound traffic. So your left turn would be, significant in nature. It would also require a variance to the site distance. And additionally, Kingston Pike, I believe, is a state route, so we would have to go through TDOT measures, and they have their own rules and requirements for us. If we weren't granted the variance and you couldn't turn left, it would have to be a ride-in, ride-out, which you typically do not see for residential subdivisions. Just it's commercial with multiple entrances is different, but a ride-in, ride-out for a neighborhood can pose some like emergency vehicle issues or just traffic issues in general. It would just make it really hard for the people to get into this neighborhood if they couldn't turn left out of it. I'll go on to the next one, is the access from Kingston Pike at the intersection of Old Stage Road with the switchback idea to try to combat those grades and get up higher quicker. So the town of Farragut doesn't really have an explicitly stated ordinance for switchbacks. Knox County.
Mark, you want to put the switch
The
back?
next slide up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at
You're
a
good.
card that was turned in.
Most like jurisdictions around here don't. It's mainly because switchbacks are primarily used in like Gatlinburg, places where the slope is so steep, you have to make turns like this in order to get up the hill. So they're not typically seen. This figure here is from City of Gatlinburg's subdivision regulations. So with the switchback, here's some pictures too, of course, in your packet of switchbacks in Gatlinburg. If you've ever driven up to Ober, those are pretty standard switchback designs. If you've ever driven up that hill, you'll see, you cannot see around that curve. You know, if there's kids playing or something, you won't see them as you come around that corner. It's very, you know, these are public streets where these switchbacks are designed. It's not usually a neighborhood road unless it has to be, like cabins up to Gatlinburg, sure. But like, again, as I said, that's because it's a mountainous area. You know, it's not exactly like our terrain at this property. It also has like a 12-foot slope off of, like right in the outer radius of that switchback. You're having to fill like 10 to 12 feet down. So you would have to install a guardrail just as an added safety measure, because if you come around that curve too fast and you know, that's quite a big embankment. I'll go ahead and move on to the next scenario that we looked at, which is bringing it straight from the light at Kingston Pike through the commercial development. I know at some point during the last meeting, someone compared it to the Cove at Turkey Creek, which is over by like the movie theater and Calhoun's. It's not exactly an equal comparison. The road at that light where the Cove at Turkey Creek is about like 300 feet long. You know, that gives you ample time to, you know, there's a three-way stop. You can choose, do you want to go straight into the neighborhood? Do you want to go into the commercial developments next door? It's not quite the same here. You're at a light, but your road is only about 100 and, let's see, I want to make sure I tell you correctly, 150 feet long, as shown on this plan. And you have to have your storage lanes for your different avenues you're going to turn left, right, you know, straight. So to have those storage lanes at that light, I mean, you're basically backed up to where the neighborhood will begin, the entrance to the neighborhood. Just the congestion that will cause, having that being the primary entrance for the commercial development as well as the only entrance to the neighborhood. I just don't see that flowing as well as other options that we've presented. In addition, like if something were to happen and emergency vehicles had to get in there, you know, like how do they get out of the way? How does it work with the parking? You know, if something happens at the commercial district, how do the residents get out? There's just a lot of additional factors to consider with this option here. Those are all of our other avenues we've researched, and if you guys have any questions about those, please feel free to ask me. If you have any questions about Champions Point and the entrance there, we do have Robert Jacks, who is the traffic engineer, if you would like him to speak as well.
Does anybody have any questions for her on the plan? Anybody on the plan commission have any questions?
I just make one comment. Thanks for going back and look at the options. We'll drive the question, so I think it was good to ring this thing out so we understood
Right.
all the ramifications rather than just jump to the answer.
And it's better on paper.
And people need to understand
Right.
all of what boxed in on the pros and cons and see in their own minds what it lays out and look at it in a non-passionate but objective manner. Thank you.
Yes, I have one question.
What? Hold on just a second. Anybody else on the planning commission have any more questions of her?
Katie, just for clarity, this option that shows the last one you're talking about, can you go back to the last one she was talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, straight through. I'm reading in there that to accomplish that, you would have to basically mass grade the entire
That is correct. Because it's coming through the commercial development, it's, the half-acre lots aren't as suitable for that type of entrance. So if we were to go in and, this density here is still well within our rights in the
I
zone.
understand that, yeah, you
So
are too. It's just I want to make clear and
Yes.
understand that it would be a mass grading, you would lose an awful lot of trees.
you would lose the entire site, and it's obviously very wooded. The access off Champions with the larger lots, it's kind of, whoever buys the lot gets to decide with the builder where they put it. You can keep your tree buffers as you need them. Here, your setbacks are, the lots are smaller, so your setbacks are more confined. So you can't just leave it up to the builder and the person themselves. You would have to grade the entire site to make sure that you get those building pads in, and you stay out of the buffer between the commercial. It would be a mass grading.
Thank you.
I've got a question. I know we're here to talk about the residential part of this project, but the commercial part, do we have any information at all as to, it looks like about 40,000 square feet on these drawings. Is it office, retail? Do we have any idea what's being planned at all?
Thanks for that question. At this point in time, it's purely conceptual. I would imagine that you would probably have a mixture of both office, retail type situation, all viable uses in that commercial corridor zoning.
Anybody else on the planning commission?
One thing I do want to point out, Vice Mayor Paulin, thank you for pointing that out. One thing I did want to point out is you're looking at that 2D, that third option, you start considering what that would do, and we do really feel that would result in a massive grading project and really trying to do something that's counter to the characters of what the towns seems to seek to strive to do. We also think that for those without the trees that are there, you'd have the buffer obviously in place, but would also open up Fox Den to the north of us there, as you can see, to some significant potential noise and things of that nature. So.
I do have some people that have signed up if
Okay,
you're
Wanna
ready
go?
for that.
go
Okay.
make your,
The first one is, well, I can make you the first one. That's fine.
Thanks.
Hold on. Stacy Walters.
Hey, good evening. My name is Stacy Walters. I live at 124 Champions Point, directly across from the proposed entrance. I live there with my husband and 3 teenage daughters. Before I start, I just want to say, if I read the notes correctly, the developer did not bring any Kingston Pike alternatives to the October staff meeting, as asked by this commission. I think they're so bound and determined to have a Champions Point entrance that I can't believe that they put a lot of work into developing Kingston Pike options that would be good alternatives and would be reflective of how they would develop that property if Kingston Pike were their only option. But going back to my original point that I've made all 4 times is that the location of that entrance poses a significant safety hazard for people traveling on Champions Point. And the developer says that they now have 205 feet of sight distance, but keep in mind that 205 feet barely meets the standard for sight stopping distance for people traveling 30 miles an hour. And it fails to meet intersection stopping distance, which is the metric SHOD's own traffic study in April 2022 says is, quote, the desirable visibility distance standards for evaluating the safety of an intersection. So what they're proposing violates their own words in their own traffic study. So at 25 miles per hour, the intersection doesn't meet standards for intersection stopping distance. And I know the town engineer, we're hearing that he is in favor of this. From the very beginning, he's doubted the speed at which travelers go down on Champions. So we asked for the traffic study, and in that traffic study, it showed that 51% of drivers in that study drove faster than 25 miles an hour. And of those drivers, they would have not had safe intersection stopping distance that's being proposed with that intersection tonight, nor would the 124 drivers that went between 30 and 40, the 3 drivers that went 40 to 45 miles an hour, the one who went between 50 and 55, and definitely not the one who in the traffic study went 78 miles an hour down this road. So the Planning Commission also needs to know about our neighbor, Harold Stansel. He lives in that very sharp corner of Fox Den Road. And the last time I saw him after this meeting, he wanted me to share these photos with you. So his mailbox has been demolished 4 times by drivers who were driving so fast down Champions Road they cannot stop, and they hit his mailbox. Well, he's put some boulders in front of his mailbox to stop the car from running into his house. He shared with me 2 photos, and I sent these to Mark to share with the commission. This is a photo of his mailbox being tipped over. You can see where the Quickcrete base has been shifted. This is a photo of another time when his mailbox was completely demolished and the boulder was moved probably about 10 feet into his yard. I'd hate to see that truck that hit that car. I heard it was demolished. But he asked me to share these with you guys because several people, including the developer, the town engineer, has made assumptions that people travel on Champions at lower speeds, and his photos in that traffic study prove otherwise. So we appreciate, again, the commission listening to our concerns. We certainly don't want that property across the street to be raised of all trees, but I do have to believe that there's an opportunity to combine safety and good aesthetics in developing that neighborhood. And I just don't believe that the developer has truly explored all the options for how they can make that neighborhood across the street be safe and aesthetically pretty. Thank you.
The next speaker is Heather Howard. And I've got everybody on my clock, so I'll let you know about 30 seconds before the 5 minutes if you get to that point.
Do you want to have the next person up and ready to go?
The next person, Pramda, I can't pronounce that. Yes, you'll be next.
Hi, my name is Heather Howard. I live at 220 St. Andrews Drive. I want to talk about the difference between intersection sight distance and stopping sight distance. Those are the 2 measurements that were used in the study. And I looked it up on the website. I was curious, what is the difference between intersection sight distance and stopping sight distance? Well, the difference is that intersection sight distance is needed to allow vehicles from the minor roads, which would be Westerly Subdivision, to enter a major road, which would be Champions Point, without impeding the flow of traffic on the major road. And let me reiterate what my neighbor said. Their traffic study shows that the entrance of the Westerly Subdivision does not meet intersection sight distance. It barely meets stopping sight distance. So that means that it would give drivers on Champions Road enough time to take evasive maneuvers should a vehicle from Westerly Subdivision enter the major road. When we're talking about evasive maneuvers, we're talking about 3 seconds to stop your car. That is the 3-second rule that the Highway Safety Board recommends when you're following a vehicle on the interstate, the 3-second stopping thing. You pass a sign, you count 3 seconds, and you make sure you're that far behind the person in front of you. That's how much time it takes you to stop. I have a video that will show we have barely 3 seconds to stop a car going down northbound on Champions Road before that Westerly Subdivision entrance. And again, these are evasive maneuvers. That doesn't take into consideration that a car from Westerly would pull out to go northbound on Champions, and the car going down Champions is going to have to slow down and brake and hopefully not rear end the car that pulled out from Westerly or, God forbid, T-bone them. So that's what we're talking about here. The difference between stopping sight distance, which they barely meet, and intersection sight distance, which they do not meet. Now, furthermore, let's talk about why I say they barely meet the stopping sight distance. In my research, as I said, I was curious. And so what I pulled up was the Federal Highway Administration website. And in item 3.3, sight distance, which explains the difference between intersection sight distance and stopping sight distance, they have the exact same distances as were used in the traffic study, as are in the report, the 155 feet for stopping sight distance or something like that, and the 200 and something for intersection sight distance, whatever it is. They're the exact same numbers. However, what's very important to note when looking at that chart is, it says, and I read this verbatim, it says, these measurements are built on assumptions. One of the assumptions states that both minor and major roads, which would be the Westerly intersection and Champions, are at grade level. Again, my video will show that Champions is not at grade level, and it's barely at grade level before it intersects with the Westerly subdivision. Now, if conditions at intersection being evaluated differ from the assumptions, an experienced traffic engineer or highway designer should be consulted to determine whether different intersection sight distance values should be used. So I'm saying that even the values that they have used to evaluate whether that intersection entrance is safe or not, I don't consider to be valid. All you have to do is watch a video or drive Champions to see there's a dip in the road as you go northbound on Champions and you approach that intersection.
You have 30 seconds left.
And as you come up, I'm telling you, there is less than 3 seconds before you're on top of that intersection and on top of another vehicle. Thank you. And I have the video if...
Yeah, I couldn't get it to play right, so I mean...
I'd be happy to share the video. It's a YouTube video that I'd be happy to, I don't know, I can email to the HOA, I can email it to you guys, but I'd be happy to share the video with anyone who can see the impact of this subdivision entrance. It's just not safe. Thank you.
See, and after this speaker, I have Gillian Lindsay, I believe, is next.
Thank you very much. My name is Pramod Nejawan, and I live on 318 St. Andrews Drive. And 318 St. Andrews Drive is pretty much I have to go on Champions Drive to get out of Foxden. But before I get into those issues, I first want to address the fact that the entrance to this proposed 12 lots should be from Kingston Pike. Number one, Kingston, if they need more access, more anything, build 10 lots. No one says you got to build 12 lots. 12 lots is a hypothetical number for maximizing the land use. But that does not necessarily imply that that is the correct number. They can build a nice entrance to it at either one of those two proposed locations. It doesn't have to be a 10-foot entry. It could be a 40-feet entry. So that's my first point. Now, as far as Foxden, that's being touted as a closed-gate community. Even though it's not a closed-gate community, it has got open entrances. It has 4 entrances to Foxden. Everybody that lives in Foxden pays a homeowners association fee. This, if you're entering from Foxden, I would as a minimum recommend that this should be, they need to pay homeowners association also. They should become part of Foxden, not be different from Foxden and still use the facility. Champions Point is a narrow road. There's only 4 homes, I believe about 4 homes if I take the edge from one end to the other. The road is narrow. There's people who come over to cut grass. There is emergency vehicles that come out there. And that pretty much shuts down the whole road. And if this community out here is going to have Champions Point as the only means of egress, that's just going to basically confuse the issues on Champions Point and the traffic patterns there. So, to me, it's a violation of Fox Den. There is no other entry into Fox Den that gives you a commercial property access. So, to me, that's another violation. Maybe it's not in the statutes, but I'm sure that nobody wants to go to a diner or, so I think that the Kingston Pike entry should be revisited, and they need to basically evaluate, if needed, go to 10 lots, maybe 9 lots. The issue is the number of lots should suit what is available, but the entry should not be from Fox Den, because this is not part of Fox Den. Okay? There's, Mr. Zachary is building a property right behind me in my St. Andrews. He's not putting an entry through Fox Den. He built his own entry, which is fine. That's the way it should be. So if this property needs to be built, and if the developer is serious about it, then he needs to look at it seriously and not come through Fox Den. We don't allow in Fox Den commercial properties. This would allow a commercial property within Fox Den premises, and that to me is totally unacceptable. Thank you.
You want to speak? No, you don't? Okay. The next speaker is Carlene Sifford, and then after her, Paul Calkins.
Mark, I think you missed a gentleman by the name of Gillian.
Yeah, you called him.
Did we get, I just wanted to make sure we're not, okay,
She didn't want, it was actually
okay, I got you. Okay,
go after. Okay.
okay.
Carlene is up, yeah. Then Paul Calkins after her.
Hi, my name's Carlene Sifford. I live at 12026 South Fox Den. To the business side, to our government side, it is very easy for each and every one of you to stand here and make decisions on property that you do not live on and in neighborhoods you don't live in. Take away all of the plat maps. We have no sidewalks in Fox Den. We have walkers morning, noon, and night, often in the dark. I leave early in the morning. I am incredibly careful to make sure that some of our walkers aren't in my car. I don't want to go to work with people in my front. The speed, we all know they speed. Everybody speeds. I have been guilty on some of our hills. We have golf carts. During the summer, we have landscaping vehicles. All of those things are impeding the driving down our roads today as it is. So now what we are talking about is they want to add another entrance that's going to increase the traffic driving through. I personally leave the subdivision at Olympic and Smith Road. You were talking about sight distance. You try and get out there in the mornings without getting T-boned. So you want to now add more vehicles going out that way? So I would ask the developer and I would ask the town, do you have enough money in your revenue for the lawsuits that'll happen with the accidents that will happen? Because I can't tell you how many times I have come close to it. There was a comment made about the trees and the fact that it would cut down trees. I would rather lose some trees than see this city lose people's lives because of bad decisions. Also, if there is a serious concern about emergency vehicles, then I would ask, why did you buy the property to begin with? That would have been something that I would have looked at and considered before I bought the property. The comment was made about there are other variances that will be required before to be or looked at to be amended before the final decision. I don't know how many that is. I don't know what that entails. I personally find it incredibly arrogant to buy property and expect established neighborhoods to bend and change because they want it. I don't think it's a good decision for the community.
Hawkins, after Paul is Adam Kurthlink.
My name's Paul Calkins. I reside at 12321 Singing Hills Point in Fox Den. I was just complex looking at some of these designs that were proposed by the traffic studies, or the revised ones, when they proposed their entrance into off of Kingston Pike. The original one, talking about the limited distance. From that picture there, if you compare that picture to the one where they divided into smaller lots, they brought an entrance, the commercial side development brings another entrance in about another 100 feet away from that corner, obviously extending that sight distance coming around that corner. So I was curious why the traffic study has the entrance so pulled up towards that corner instead of pushed away from the corner, you know, towards the, I guess, southbound or westbound property corner to extend the sight distance. Going to the switchback design, I mean, they put their corner on the worst gradation of the entire property there to create those excessive slopes. I mean, I guess my concern is the traffic study was done, or the redesign was done to possibly make the worst conditions possible and not look at what the best conditions possible for the safety of the community and bringing access into the development. So those are a couple things that I noticed looking at the design. You know, I think at the previous meeting, they were talking about coming in the front off of the traffic light, that it was going to be 14-15% grade. I don't think it's anywhere near that, coming straight in that design. I mean, that design there, they can come straight in. They choose to make more lots. That's a developer's choice. You know, as a homeowner, I think we're sacrificing boxed in. We're sacrificing safety for the financial gains of the developer. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to add. I just was curious why some of the designs didn't look like they made assumptions for the commercial side, but they didn't make assumptions for the residential side for access. Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, can you go back to that first drawing that shows the intersection opposite the?
Yeah, the little Turkey Creek Commons.
Yeah. I'm just for your information, I believe the reason why it's pulled out there is because it's right across from the other intersection across the street from it. So that's part of our subdivision regulations, is we try to put the intersections across from each other. So that's why they're showing it there.
Right. Well, there's another entrance going into that other one a little bit farther, just past that. I mean, I guess safety-wise would be... You're talking about the
right in, right out on the other option, I think, right?
I'm just trying to give him instruction as to why they were showing it in that.
Right, well, I guess they're showing it there, but I mean, for the sake of safety, if they pushed it down, it wouldn't have to be, I don't believe, a right in, right out. It could be just a regular entrance like they've got drawn there.
I think they were stating that it has to be right in, right out because of the speed of travel and.
Find the side.
But, well, based on that location, because it's up on the corner.
I'm just trying to give you information why that picture is shown that way.
Right, no, I realize that, but my question was, why couldn't the entrance be pushed farther to the property side where they had more distance around the corner to
think they
get
showed
the.
that.
They don't actually own enough property that far west to be able to line up with that other entrance is
Yeah.
the problem.
Okay,
And,
so
quite
it's
frankly, I think
strictly
it's kind of a
it-
moot point. I don't think there's anybody on this commission that's going to support this
Yeah,
design.
No. I was just trying to give you some.
But we did
insight.
ask the applicant to come up with some alternatives. and-
Right.
And they did.
So,
And we
Okay.
discussed the alternatives for them to go look at generally. We didn't try and engineer it on the spot. We
Yeah.
just tried to tell them, generally, look at that and look at this and look at that.
Okay, Adam Kearslink, and then Ms. Lindsay, if you want to speak after that. Okay.
Evening, everyone. My name's Adam Kurthlink. I'm here to represent my mom and dad who live at 136 St. Andrews Drive. And
Can you spell your last name, please?
Kurthlink, Kirthlink.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was Kurthlink or something the last time I was here. But we're here for the fourth time on this very issue, and we seem to keep coming back to Champions Point is the preferred method of the builder, which I understand. But we've been talking about site distance stops and all that intersection issues. I'm not going to rehash that. We've already talked about it twice. But we're also forgetting a very major issue of pedestrian traffic on that very road. I lived in that neighborhood for 20 years of my life. I was actually hit not far from there by a non-resident driving through the area. I almost died. There's a very real human cost to trying to send a non-neighborhood associated neighborhood into that area. It's very dangerous. I myself avoided that very area because it's a blind hill. It's dangerous for me. It's dangerous for drivers. And I knew that very early on. Everybody in that neighborhood that lived in that neighborhood, my age, knew not to go over there. It's extremely dangerous. It doesn't matter sight distance wise where they move it to. It's a blind hill. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's very dangerous, and as people have said, you put it there, there's a very real human cost to that happening. An accident is going to happen there. It happens all the time. So that's all I have to say. Just keep that in mind when you make your decision.
I couldn't get it to come up on the screen.
I mean, I could stream it on my iPad, but I'm not sure that that's going to help all of us and the audience.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to play on the screen. And I had Pam look at it too, so we couldn't figure it out. So I don't know. Without messing it up, the.
Okay.
We've tried this
Okay,
before.
Do we have one more?
Everybody's driven that road. I'm sure all the commissioners have been out there
Been
to
out there
look at it.
multiple times.
so.
Mark, is this-
Yes, I have her on, yeah.
Okay.
Good night, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My question is, as a
Your name, please?
Jillian Lindsay,
What now?
734 Andover Boulevard.
Jillian.
Yes, in Andover Place.
Could you speak into the microphone a little? Thank you.
My concern is, as a citizen, all these development that we have going on, the upgrade of infrastructure, are these developers, meaning roads and everything else, are they contributing to those, or are those going to be footed by the citizens, the residents, the local community, us? And we do have population growth that is happening with these developments. The expansion of schools, the expansions of hospitals, recruitment of police officers, all these things, is it being addressed with these development that is taking place? And that's a concern that I have. Who's fitting the bill for them to move in, profit, and move out? That's a concern of mine. That's all I have.
Thank you, thank you.
Have it signed up for
That's
this
all.
item.
Okay.
Mhm.
Does anybody on the planning commission have any questions or comments at this point?
Yeah, I've got an additional question that came to mind. If I could have the developer and the engineering firm come back up. One thing we haven't discussed is the traffic during
The mic, Ed, I'm having a trouble hearing. I'm just a few feet away.
I don't think anybody can not hear me. Anyway, have you all looked at the traffic ramifications and how you're going to handle the traffic during the construction phase? Because that's going to be big vehicles and lots of traffic.
You're right.
Interfacing with that community.
Mr. Frank, that's a great question.
Is
You're
that
exactly right.
alternative select?
You're going to have an initial push of low boys bringing in heavy equipment and doing things of that nature. I would like to point out, though, that we do, you guys have driven by the site, and there's an old access off of Kingston Pike that's about where that one alternative was. I think early on, I don't remember if it was a commissioner or staff had asked us to go out there and demo an old building that was an eyesore, an old barn or something like that, and that was an access for that. And I want to say it was a feed store or landscape.
lumberyard.
Was that what it was?
Lumberyard,
A lumberyard. So in looking at that, you're exactly right. I mean, you don't want to run low boys with heavy equipment on it into that intersection, but we do have a really good access right there that we can get in and turn around in.
So your preference is to, if for any of the construction on the site, you would come off?
Kingston Pike, absolutely. Yeah, and we wouldn't have to do any clearing to do that right now. I mean, you can drive a vehicle in there, and you can drive a heavy, to drop equipment off and stuff like that fairly easily. Yes, it's a good question.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Mo-
Somebody raised their hand.
Yeah. Mark, we've got some people from the audience again.
Ladies, if I could too, I'd like to remind you guys that we do have Mr. Robert Jacks here, who was the author of the traffic study that's been discussed about. So if anybody has any questions about that, would like to question him about that, he's about 15 feet behind me, so.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
Hi there. Excuse me. My name is Robert Jacks with Ajax Engineering, 11812 Black Road, Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know how much I can add to the discussion. We basically, as far as the site distance, we meet the standard. The town engineer said it's okay. We plan on putting an advanced warning sign in there. So we're not asking for any kind of variance. It is unfortunately at a difficult location where it's going in, but we're very tied into where it can go into. So, but we do meet the minimum for safety standards. I mean,
The minimum, which would be the stopping site distance.
That's correct.
Which is not intersection site distance.
That's correct.
So you do not meet the standard.
Yeah, we do.
Sorry, no, wait, you've had your term.
Robert, I'd like to hear, why don't you tell us the difference between the two stopping distances that's described in your report? The one's the intersection and one's just the general stopping distance, so we can get a better understanding of maybe one that you meet and one that you don't meet. Is that
Yeah,
a fair statement?
And make sure you're delineating between what a major road is, because that's
the major road would be.
the definition of the standard that she was citing earlier.
Well, I mean, for intersection site distance, based on AASHTO, American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, it's the site distance needed to allow the drivers of a stopped vehicle to decide when to enter across an intersecting roadway. If the site distance is greater than the intersection site distance, drivers have sufficient site distance to anticipate and avoid collisions. However, in some cases, a major road vehicle, which would be Champions Point in this situation, they may need to stop or slow to accommodate the maneuver by a minor road vehicle, which would be the one for the entrance for the subdivision. The stopping site distance is the minimum site distance required along a roadway to enable a vehicle traveling at or near the design speed to stop before reaching a stationary object in its path. And we will fully meet that. In fact, David Harbin, the surveyor, he said we were going to have probably, right now he had 205 feet, but once we do some grading and some vegetation clearance and things like that, it's probably going to be greater than that. So, like I said, we're proposing to put an intersection warning sign, advanced warning sign with an advisory speed posted advisory speed limit of 15 miles per hour in advance of the intersection. So I think it's entirely appropriate for this location where it's going in, based on, there's going to be very few vehicles generated by this subdivision. It's going to be lower speeds, and it's going to be comprised of motorists who are expecting and are aware of the situation. So I have no problem attesting to its appropriate location.
Go over the intersection stopping distance, and does this meet the definition of an intersection?
Yeah, this is an intersection.
So,
yeah.
so what the two stopping distances? And I'm getting in the weeds, but I'm trying to understand the situation here. So go over the one of the stopping distances, which is just a stationary object out in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
We meet. How can you meet that stopping distance and not meet the intersection stopping distance? Because what's the difference? You still got a stationary object in the middle of the roadway, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for stopping site distance, it'd be like the worst case scenario. Somebody pulls out in the intersection from the subdivision onto Champions Point, and their car stalls. You have somebody else on the major roadway, Champions Point. They'd have enough distance to see and come to a safe stop before colliding with the vehicle. But the intersection site distance, it takes into account its gap acceptance theory, and it's based on the amount of time it takes for a vehicle to cross. The worst case scenario is for somebody making a left turn. If you're at the entrance,
Be the slowest maneuver.
well, it'd be the one that it takes the most time to complete, because you'd be crossing.
2 lanes instead of 1 lane.
Well, yeah, 2 lanes.
Right.
But, and that also takes into account getting into that opposite lane and also getting up to an operating speed fast enough that you don't duly slow down the approaching vehicle. So there's a little bit of, I mean, it's a bit of a safety factor. But the stopping site distance is what you absolutely have to avoid a collision.
I have a question over here.
Oh, yeah.
I've listened to everybody speak tonight, and it seems to me the biggest problem that we have on the table is people drive too fast on that road.
Yeah.
The one thing that I see that's going to go on is on your drawing here is this little T intersection sign with 15 miles an hour.
Mhm.
Are there any additional options that are available to help slow traffic down at that point?
Well,
For example, that type of sign is all over the place. And I don't know about the rest of you folks, but I hardly even see them when I drive around because they're everywhere. A sign a little bit different would be an intersection sign, slow down at traffic entering, or maybe there's other options available, or maybe even a sign painted on the road. You got a hill that you're going to go up, so if you did have a sign painted on the road, it would be very visible to people driving.
Yeah.
My point is that I think a part of the solution ought to be try to slow people down to the speed limit there, not only to help improve the safety of that entrance. Have you considered any other measures to do that?
Well, I would say, obviously Darrell would have to have his input on that, but I don't know if traffic calming, with speed humps or anything of that nature would be acceptable at that location. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, people, they speed, and unfortunately, I don't think this Champions Point's like a cut-through route or anything like that. This is all traffic internal to Fox Den.
I'd like to make a comment, going along with what he's been saying. On Turkey Creek Road at Red Mill, we have a flashing light sign that flashes as someone's trying to enter Turkey Creek from Red Mill. Is that a possibility at this intersection, to identify that a car is trying to exit this small subdivision to get out on a Champion Point?
That's certainly a possibility. I mean, of course, it would be up to the town whether or not they approve it. And then as far as funding, I mean, I don't know how that would work out. But, I mean, yeah.
It's been very successful on Turkey Creek Road. I travel that an awful lot, and when I see that, I automatically slow down because I know a car's going to come out, and I don't want to get T-boned or T-bone them. So I think it's worked, and I'd like to have that being considered.
You also have houses right there.
No, we gotta have you up at the microphone before you speak.
I will add this, that Turkey Creek is a major collector.
Yeah.
And Red Mill is a collector?
Yeah. Red Mill
And we're
is
talking about a residential neighborhood.
a lot more
I
traffic.
understand.
So now you're talking about if you've got flashing lights, and it's the residents that are on that road now that would be dealing with a flashing light whenever somebody's kind of coming out of there. So I don't know that a residential neighborhood is an
I kind of
appropriate-
agree. I'm not sure I can get excited about the flashing lights, and also, you know, the taxpayer having to maintain that flashing light in perpetuity. I'm not sure I can support that. I like thinking outside the box, Ron, but
Yeah.
I think that's a little invasive for a neighborhood.
Yeah, especially in somebody's front yard.
Yeah, that would be in Miss Walters' line of sight all the time, I believe. I think really, you know, we have the same flashing lights on Grigsby Chapel approaching the school zone. And
Concord Road.
it's something that, as a car approaches, then the lights go off, and that warns people. And that's exactly what Ron was talking about. So we've got them in different places in the town, but all those places are very heavily traveled areas. They're not,
And that one on Grigsby Chapel is an arterial. That's-
yeah.
They're not directly in somebody's
No, they're
neighborhood.
not.
Yeah.
not really I guess, an option for this type of thing, unless that would be something that would be internal that the developer would want to put in as far as to warn his people that there was cars approaching from the other angles.
And quite frankly, I could support speed bumps before I could support a flashing light on Champions Point. I mean, if that's the direction we're going,
Yeah.
I think there's some other speakers. We want everybody's voice to be heard.
I don't think that there would be any problem with doing a study on that if Darrell would be so inclined. I can't speak for him.
I mean, typically, excuse me, Ron, but typically when we put speed bumps, I mean, we talked about traffic calming inside of a neighborhood, we look for almost unanimous support of the residents in the immediate area. And so we do have a process for this, and we've done it. There's quite a few neighborhoods where the HOA or some neighbors within a subdivision typically have essentially approached the town and said, hey, we'd like to have speed bumps. It's not just as easy as, yeah, we'd like to have speed bumps. There's some traffic study. We probably do have enough traffic data. Whether or not it warrants, I don't know. But there's some outreach that goes to all the residents so it's not just a rubber stamp process where the staff says, yeah, speed bumps make sense. We want the residents to buy into that. So even though we're throwing that out as an option, it's not necessarily an option that we could conclude tonight whether or not speed bumps would be applicable. But anyway.
Our policy, it's the 85th percentile is 35 miles per hour. I'm not sure if that.
Are we hitting? We're not hitting 85th percentile on that, but
I'm not sure, because I'm looking at this is what I've got.
Just under 30 miles per hour.
For 85th percentile, but also the limitation on incline that you can put a speed bump on.
well, that's true. Yeah, there may be
without
some issues
launching
because
people.
of the dip and the hill.
Two things if I could have liked to point out initially when Ms. St. Clair, when you asked me about that, there was some comments from the crowd that, then access your subdivision. There's a big difference between bringing equipment in construction, temporary construction, than there is a permanent access. So that's
Why I asked the question on where you're going to bring in all
absolutely.
the
So
heavier flow of traffic as well as the heavier equipment.
right. The other thing from a developer standpoint, at least, with project approval from the commission, should we be able to do that, I would be happy to work with town staff. And it sounds like, and I've heard the same arguments that you guys have heard, whether this subdivision are approved or not, if there's people that speed on that road, they're still going to speed on that road. I think it might be a situation or might be an opportunity here. Like I said, if the commission would approve the project, we could work with town staff, certainly work with Ms. Stacy and other residents. I think there are 5 or 6 houses on, about 5, there's five houses on Champions Point. Would be more than happy to with Darrell's support and his wisdom, to work with these folks and figure out what that solution is. No, I kind of agree with you that, you know, speed bumps, and I think Stacy would say the same thing. No, they're good unless they're on your road, if that makes sense, or they're okay. So, you know, that may not be the solution, but I think surely between the team that we could potentially come up with a solution.
Commissioner Meyer, I wanted to address your question about intersection sight distance. You know, it's defined, even SHOD defines it as the desirable visibility distance standard for evaluating the safety of an intersection. And at 30 miles an hour, you would need an additional 130 feet to have a safe intersection sight distance.
I was just going to expand on that. I've got a nice little map. Again, this was on the Highway Administration website. This map illustrates, this is what intersection sight distance is. This is what we're talking about. I know it's just my phone, so I'm not sure that everybody can see. But this is the problem. It's right here when you're approaching northbound on Champions Point. And the one thing that nobody will mention is for 25 miles an hour, I want to take the speeding off the table. Let's just take that out of there. Whether it's 30 miles an hour that they're going or 25 miles an hour that they're going, the problem is it is a blind hill and a curve. So it doesn't matter how fast they're going, but let's assume that they're going the minimum speed. Let's assume that they're going 25 miles an hour. They need 280 feet. They cannot get 280 feet at that entrance, period, the end. That is the minimum intersection sight distance for an intersection, and he admitted himself, the engineer admitted, yes, it is an intersection. Yes, it meets the minimum standard, which is the stopping sight distance. So basically what they're saying is that they cannot put an intersection right there that will not impede the flow of traffic on Champions. It will impede the flow of traffic on Champions. It might not cause a wreck because it might just give somebody enough time to stop their car before they hit another vehicle. And that's a might. That's not a promise. So, again, intersection, sight distance. Lovely little map. It's
Thank
the
you.
Highway Administration website.
Got one more person here.
Hi, Carlene again. This is for the committee. I don't think I completely understand if an entrance is acceptable for heavy equipment, why is it not acceptable for residential vehicles? The heavy equipment is 10 times more dangerous than the residential vehicles. I just don't understand, and if it's good for one, it should be good for both. That's all.
I mean, I think generally speaking, the construction equipment's temporary in nature. You know, and those truck drivers, they would have to plan their time, you know, try to get there at 6 a.m. if they're going to offload on the shoulder of Kingston Pike. And so I think the entrance at the old lumber yard for their construction equipment does make a lot of sense, irrespective of where their permanent subdivision entrance is.
So the statistics of them having accidents is different than the statistics of private vehicles?
No, I think at one moment in time, the statistic is the exact same, but the reality is when you got a reoccurrence of an event over a long period of time, you're going to have a higher number of events.
There's a difference between dealing with a raw piece of land and what you can go to get on it and do some work and start that versus something that's a permanent installation of how you're going to access and egress from that site.
But it's
Lot
all,
of
but
difference.
it's all starting off the main road that they cut off on, right?
And maybe we're talking about two different things. So I think if you down in the curve, which is not good sight distance, there's an old entrance to the old lumber yard that is kind of the only area on that entire, 14 acres that is somewhat cleared. And I think that's where they plan to offload their construction equipment initially until they build some sort of a construction entrance. And I don't think we've even have that in these drawings tonight where their proposed construction entrance is. So I think that's kind of what we're talking about, is what we didn't want, irrespective of where the permanent subdivision entrance is. We really didn't want, heavy equipment, big dozers and high lifts and track hose coming on big tractor trailers coming through Fox Den. That's what we definitely want to avoid, that irrespective of where the permanent subdivision entrance is. And so I think that's why, Ed, how he posed his question was, where are you going to offload your construction
I
equipment?
posed my question for two reasons. One, to understand the situation, and so people that live in Fox Den know that they're not going to expect a convoy of lowboys and dump trucks and everything else coming in and out of their subdivision, and dealing with the roads and the traffic safety there, the width of the road. I mean, it's just, I wouldn't want them coming to my subdivision like that.
Well, we don't
So
want
the
any
second-
of it, so yeah, I get what you're saying.
But
I just
second-
have to point out, everyone's concerned about Champion Point. This really affects all of Foxton. I just want, ask you to please recognize that. It's all of Foxton, not just Champion Point. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I didn't finish what I was going to say, but heck with it.
Right. Basically,
I
this is the
think
open-
to date, right now, we've been discussing 12 lots, and the 12 lots being private homes. But everybody's forgetting that there's a commercial lot there too. That commercial lot could be Winn-Dixie. It could be Aldi. It could be one of the food stores. And who knows how much traffic that's going to bring in.
Well, Pramod, I think under their proposal here, they're not going to run any vehicular traffic from the commercial area through Fox Den. I guess there could be some pedestrians that walk over through Fox Den, but there's, based upon this proposal, which is
If
the
you're
option
entering
that they
Fox Den,
prefer,
if you're-
they would not be putting any vehicles into Fox Den.
So in order to access that commercial property, there's no way they could come from Champions Point.
No, their commercial access would be exclusively from Kingston Pike.
So if that is a commercial access, why don't you just make that the permanent access?
Well, that is one of the options that we've discussed tonight, is having one access off of Kingston Pike, which serves both the commercial and the residential.
At the red light.
Right. I mean,
At the existing stoplight at Old Stage Road is where that
right,
intersection
and
would be.
I think that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to take that up a little further, that option. From what I heard, when it was presented by the engineer, there was concern about being a short distance and the
Stacking.
what if that road was 6 lanes? What if it was 2 right, 2 left, 2 entrance lanes? I mean, widen that entrance so that the stacking would be shorter, get more people in and out. I mean, we have no idea what's planned for the commercial resident, or commercial part of this project, but why couldn't that entrance be widened?
Well, I think it could be, the depth could be increased where the parking lots maybe go a little further to the north. I don't foresee any kind of major grocer going on this site. They just don't have enough depth in zoning. And so basically their commercial zoning only goes 200 feet back from the edge of the right of way, and you can't build a major grocery store with only 200 feet of zoning. So they could end up with it's probably, I don't know, like an Aldi. I mean, a small Aldi in the 14,000 square feet, but I think I don't think you could have a major anchor there that would drive that type of traffic. I do think stacking in the mornings, if you've got a bunch of people living in that neighborhood and they're all going to school at the same time, and a lot of parents like to drive their kids to school, then that could, stacking could be a problem there. A lot of folks trying to get out and turn left. Probably the retail wouldn't generate a lot of that issue at 8 a.m.
Right.
But 12 lots or 18 lots, depending on which scenario they go with. I believe it's actually 16 buildable. That could potentially create some stacking issues. But basically what you would do is you would hash off an area that you would not enter into, which is the drive aisle between the commercial. If there was no other solution here but Champions Point, they own right-of-way on Champions Point, and they would have every right to use that public right-of-way, just like anybody else would if it was your property. But they do have some options here, and I'd like to explore this option on Old Stage Road and that intersection a little further. It may meet a little bit more density, and it may remove some more trees, but I think we're hearing from a lot of folks that, kind of irrespective of the density in the trees and some safety issues, that they're really opposed to this Champions Point access.
Well, I agree. I'd like to see it pursued further, this entrance onto Kingston Pike.
And I agree with I appreciate what Katie said about the differences between the Cove at Turkey Creek and this development, but the Cove at Turkey Creek also has significantly more homes, correct? Than what we're
Oh, yeah.
talking about here.
A lot more homes, yeah.
So as far as traffic and stuff like that, it's 17 homes versus maybe 74, 75 homes?
Yeah, I don't know the count, but it's significantly more.
Yeah.
I agree with what y'all are saying. I've been in Miss Walters' driveway, and to drop off packets and to speak with them about what was coming and having conversations with her. So pulling out, I see the concern. She's got 3 teenage girls, and they're all pulling out of that driveway, so they have issues. And then if they're having issues where they are, the access point for the house, the residents of those 12 homes is even more compromised. Those cars literally do disappear from view, and it is very concerning. And I agree with you that I know this access has challenges, but it is safe, it's signalized, and cars aren't disappearing through in the dip of a hill, so.
Well, I mean, I guess someone needs to make a motion on that if that's your direction you're going, because they'll have to redesign their plans if they want to pursue that option. Or give more clear direction about how much you want them to explore this option further, because they'll need some guidance, I suppose, on that. Or if this is the only option you'll support, then they need to decide whether they're going to design their plans to accommodate that.
So do we need to go through these other,
Well, you need to hear from the other.
I would add a different kind of comment too to it. I think I made it at the last meeting, but some of the people may have not have heard that too. I have a real problem with, unless there's an absolutely overwhelming reason that people can agree on, to stub into existing subdivisions that have been well established for years, and the existing folks who live there all of a sudden feel like victims because they're being annexed to, and people want to become a part of your subdivision and get the benefit of appearing to be a part of a subdivision. I don't think they'd be paying homeowner fees and stuff like that, but it'll have the appearance. It's just not fair to the existing community, I think, unless they want it to do it. And that's a little different than traffic safety, so.
I don't know how many that is, how many other.
But I think this needs to be.
What they need from us is direction, so are we?
Well, I think you need to make a motion and take an action on some kind of direction.
Yes.
And then,
So we need to make a motion to deny this preliminary plat then? Is that?
yes, I mean,
All right.
you would have to deny it if you're not in agreement with that access.
I'm going to move to deny the preliminary plat as proposed.
If it's denied as proposed, we'd like to present a motion to delay, and if we could,
Okay.
please, Vice Mayor. One thing I would point out, as Katie was talking about, designing the layout that you see before us, from an engineering standpoint, there are some challenges there, obviously, but they can be overcome. When we talked about the mass clearing and mass grading that would occur, I heard a comment one time from a pretty wise individual who's part of the town culture, and he said that you as a commission strive to avoid massive reorientation of town topography. That was the quote. And that was a couple years ago in local press.
Well, certainly, I don't disagree with you,
Yeah.
but we're dealing with what we perceive to be a safety issue. And certainly, my heart is with Ms. Walters and her family and the potential 12 residents of the residents of these 12 homes. I hear you. The idea that this is basically going to remove, and that's why I asked that, because that is a potential, that a lot of the trees are going to be gone, and it's going to create noise in the Fox Den neighborhood. And that's why I wanted to bring that up, so that there's clarity that that is a potential. I don't know if it's a reality. Ms. Walters thinks that there's maybe things haven't been explored thoroughly, but it is a potential that the residents in Foxden need to be aware of. But it seems to me, we've heard loud and clear, they're more concerned about the safety issue than you are about losing the trees. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I would ask one question too. I mean, and we've talked about density and how we're with their original plan, we're under that, and how that's the type of development that we would like to put forward in this type of situation, because I think it's something that the whole town can be proud of. The question that I would ask is that if we didn't develop this site, would the speeding suddenly go away on Champions Point?
No, I think there's a speeding issue that could be addressed at some point in the future, irrespective of whether you guys enter on Champions Point. And I don't think it has anything to do with what's happening tonight. Rodney, I do think it is, if we postpone this action item, we're asking a lot of people some of them have been here 4 different meetings to feel like they've got to come back. And so I think we probably have to take action. What it does is, and I don't know exactly what the action is going to look like, but I have a pretty good feeling what the action is going to look like. That doesn't preclude you from presenting another plan and submitting it to the town staff and getting back on the agenda. But I'm probably going to struggle just letting you kick the can down the road another month. I
understand that.
It's a lot of time commitment for us, and it's time commitment. These people, they'd rather have to do something else on a Thursday night.
I completely agree. One thing I do that I'd stated before is we do have an opportunity here for a partnership, for a win-win type situation. And there's no need for us to look at, no need for us to be part of that solution if we're not accessing on Champions Point. Why would we? With access on Champions Point, we could potentially become part of, the speeding is going to be there regardless. We could become part of the solution with the solution that I'd put forward before. So I'd like you guys to keep that in mind.
We got somebody else that wants to speak up.
The question was asked about being landlocked. We should have legal access to a right-of-way, and I think there was a question about one of the ladies in the gallery about what the other variances were as part of this package. One of the other variances were dual access. I think subdivision regulations require dual access. So theoretically, if we were to go by those regulations, even with this plan, we could tie that road into. Why would we want to do that on subdivision? But theoretically, you could do that. Now, I would wonder too, if there's we have submitted a plan in access and Champions Point. We are not asking the commission to grant us variances for the intersection. Right? The variances that we are asking to be granted are the dual access variance, a width of an asphalt, just to make that a
narrower road,
a narrower, more intimate road.
Straightforward.
And Mark, remind me what the third one was.
Well, length of a cul-de-sac.
Length of the cul-de-sac.
Length of cul-de-sac. That's right. Okay, so there's the 3 variances we're asking the commission to grant on this, not the intersection, because as designed per the regulations that we have in place, we don't need that for that intersection. So therefore, and I've heard a lot of, hey, it's a legal thing for the commission. You're putting yourself at liability. No, you're not, because we're not asking you to do anything outside of the norm for this typical for this subdivision. Legally, can we be denied access? I'm not an attorney, so I can't access, but I think that is a very valid question. Can we be denied access on Champions Point?
If it was your exclusive only road frontage, there's no doubt you would have every right to Champions Point.
Yeah. I think we're saying, have we really truly wrung out everything we can about the approach of coming out at that red light?
Yeah. I said, Mr. St. Clair, on paper, that plan right there starts making a lot of sense in 2D. But we have gone through that and understand what those clearing limits are going to be and what that grade needs to be. That is without a doubt massive reorientation of topography.
I understand.
We've seen a lot of
it. I've made at least 8 trips out there to look at it.
We're not afraid of small lots in the town of Farragut. We've got so many neighborhoods that are developed under R1 OSR that have really small lots, and You know, it's not, and quite frankly, your lots aren't necessarily, even in this proposal, you can look at some of the lot widths back there compared to Fox Den. They're reasonably consistent with what the lot widths are in Fox Den. Your lot in the other lots in the other plan were awesome. They're big estate lots.
Absolutely. That's
I
what
know,
we wanted-
I
that's
know
what we
they're
wanted to do.
marketable. But the reality is we've heard a lot of folks, and it's been unanimous, that even folks that don't even live in Fox Den, that are just, for a variety of reasons, but mostly safety, just are vehemently opposed to this. Again, if it was your only possibility, there's nothing we could do about it. We'd say, let's just make the best of a bad situation and let you tie into Champions Point. But you do have an alternative. Personally, I don't see it's a bad thing accessing a neighborhood through a commercial area. I think it's somewhat desirable, you know, obviously depending on the tenants that you put in there. If you put a bunch of sketchy tenants in there, maybe it won't be as desirable, but I doubt sketchy tenants can pay your, $35 or $40 per square foot lease rates. So the reality is I know you got some topography to deal with. I don't think it's a bad plan. And matter of fact, it actually brings your cul-de-sac links more into compliance. I know it's not what you want to hear, but anyway.
So,
Making a motion then.
that's what I was gonna ask Mark.
The motion on the floor was to deny the preliminary plat as submitted.
And it needs a second.
That was Pavlin.
A second.
Call.
You have a second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
So,
Just one
roll call for just one.
Motion to have them come back with,
No.
okay.
They can resubmit.
Do that, they
Yeah.
can do that. Yeah, no, they can submit something if they want to do that. They want to let it clear out.
getting a laser pointer. It's unbelievable what you're talking about. I can't understand what you're saying.
We've got a little arrow that Mark can control, and maybe we'll help that. I mean, we're all used to looking at this stuff. It makes it easier, but for somebody that's not used to look at it, it would help if we could point. All right, appreciate it.
So we're all three plans.
Well, they basically have one plan with multiple
One plan
variances,
is
but since the
submitted.
plan wasn't
The
approved,
others were
we didn't even
just-
get to the variances. So since the plan failed, the variances fail.
In the future, could we do a motion to reject the Champions Point?
I'm not sure there's necessarily a motion or an application that because that right-of-way is owned by all the taxpayers of the town of Farragut. If that was a private road, we wouldn't even talk about this tonight. But it is owned, it's a public right-of-way. It's all of us own that. And so the reality is, I don't think there's anything that Fox Den could do to memorialize the prohibition and perpetuity of anybody ever connecting into that road. That developer could resubmit a plan. They probably have a period of time that they can't resubmit the exact same plan. I don't know what that is. That's under the Tennessee Code annotated. But nevertheless, in retrospect, if Fox Den wanted to prohibit this, what they should have done is left a tiny little sliver of property next to the right-of-way that the HOA owned, and this never it would be a non-issue. Again, that was 1959 or something that was a long time ago. We can't do anything about that. But this is an issue that's going to come up more and more as you're seeing infill, small little pockets of property around the town of Farragut are going to get developed, and sometimes the only place that they have to tie in is into a neighborhood. And there's some that have been approved and some.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute
Some of us
break
might like to
here.
go to the bathroom.
I don't know how appropriate it is. I mean, we're not necessarily doing a workshop tonight, but I mean, this type of feedback is important to us. So that we take this real serious. I mean,
And you made a very good point. This happens all the time. They make small changes that keep coming back and coming back and coming back until they wait for no one to show up. This is always the game.
well, no,
No,
We're here.
no, we're here.
it's not always again. We're here. We're here, but I will tell you that there's no doubt there's some strategy with that. You hit it during the holidays. Most people have better things to do.
And that's my.
And y'all been here, some of you been here 4 times. So,
These variances don't have, really, in all truthfulness, the width of the street has no bearing on where the
Variances
entrance
are
is.
trivial and usually straightforward on everything we do, 'cause
Cul-de-sac, a requirement, it could change based on how the
meeting, and we're moving on to item number 5. Discussion and public hearing on a resolution, PC 22-10, a resolution to approve amendments to the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan update, December 2012, for portions of Kingston Pike, Smith Road, Boring Road study area.
This item was also discussed in August as a workshop item with the Planning Commission. And I'll kind of go through that again since it's been a couple of months, just give you a brief overview of how we got to this point. But basically, this resolution represents a several-month process that we've had with community engagement. Started back over a year ago, actually. And I noted at the meeting last time that, like other priority areas that we've looked at in the last few years, we engaged the community to try to get an idea of what they might want to see in this particular part of the town. This is kind of in the central part of the town. You got Boring Road, Smith Road, Kingston Pike, that are all in this particular area. And, you know, the purpose of engaging the community was to evaluate whether the vision that we have mapped in our comprehensive land use plan update is current, or if there's some things that might need to be revisited, updated, modified, clarified, whatever. Now, this study area was a little bit more complex than some of the other ones, like McPhee Road, even North Watt Road, Outlet Drive, the other areas that we've looked at so far. A little bit more diverse, and so we ended up dividing it into different sub-areas because you have some kind of fairly commercialized areas down along Kingston Pike, and then the further you get out, like on Boring Lane, it's very rural, very agricultural, so it's pretty diverse. So in the visual preference surveys, we tried to give people reasonable options based on different parts of this overall study area. So one thing, just to give you some background to the current map, and that's the current map that's on the screen. When that was updated in 2012, this was actually the community's first effort to map its future land use when we updated the Transportation and Land Use Policy Plan in 2012. And the idea was this is kind of in the central part of the town. It's a very important part of the town. There's some surrounding existing subdivisions, some newer developments as well. And at the time, the old Ingalls was in very poor condition. And the consultants that worked with the town and the community felt like that potentially would be demolished. And this might be, because of its centralized location and the other residential fairly close by, a possible location for a mixed-use neighborhood type of development. And to help support that, a lot of the area around the mixed-use neighborhood land use, which was what a lot of stuff along Kingston Pike was designated, and I'll highlight that. It's basically that dark red, purple kind of color. A little bit hard to see on the screen there, but so that was mixed-use neighborhood, and then the area, a lot of the area around it was shown as medium-density residential at the time, and that was to provide for a residential density that could help support the mixed-use neighborhood, so that you had a sufficient number of people that would be in a convenient walking distance to that mixed-use neighborhood area. Of course, like other areas that we've looked at in the town, things change. The community is constantly evolving. Our plan and our map is constantly evolving. We've made changes in all these other sub-areas that we've looked at to bring them more in line with reality or different, preferences that are in place. The old Ingalls was renovated. It wasn't demolished, so you have a traditional kind of, arterial commercial in that area. So that idea of a mixed-use neighborhood really never came to fruition. And then so the residential density shown to support that also came into question, especially since in other parts of the town, we've had some high-density residential projects that have been approved. Overlook at Campbell Station was completed a couple years ago. We have a project under construction at South Watt Road and over at the town center at Biddle Farms. We've also had some attached single-family projects in recent years. So, again, these kinds of situations and then some of the developments that are existing in this area that weren't mapped properly were all things that we asked the community to look at. Up along Boring Road, some of those areas have been recently kind of established into estate lots, for example, in that area. Then this lot here is one property owner currently. Of course, that could change, but it is pretty rural when you get, again, back to this kind of northeast intersection of Boring Road and Boring Lane. Very beautiful part of the town, some incredible trees out in that area. So again, the point was bring in the community like we've done otherwise, see what their thoughts were, give them some images to react to. And based on the predominant input that we received, the staff prepared a map that was for the workshop discussion in August and showed different things that either updated the map to reflect how land is being used in actuality, or to update based on, things that have just simply changed, just like they did in Watt Road and McPhee Road. So with that, we did get some comments at the August meeting, and the Planning Commission asked the staff to put together a resolution for consideration, and that's what's before you tonight, Resolution PC-22-10. This only goes to the Planning Commission. It doesn't go to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen because it's not involving the mixed-use town center. And let me go through these different areas that we're proposing to amend in this resolution, and I can kind of describe what's going on here. And Area A here, that's where NHC is currently located. That was shown as medium-density residential on our current map, and what we've done there is just change that to civic institutional because that's the land use that best corresponds to that type of use. Now keep in mind, this future land use map doesn't have any requirements associated with it. It's not like the zoning map where basically whatever a property zoned is pretty much what you can do with it. And it has requirements embedded in it. The future land use map is just a vision tool. We can use it when we create ordinances or update ordinances, or when we look at rezoning requests, we can refer to it. But again, it's not something that has to be followed. It's not something that, again, has requirements embedded in it, at least outside of the mixed-use town center. So Area A was really just cleaning up the map to make it compatible with how land's being used. Area B, to the north of that, that's some property that's currently zoned R4, which is attached single family. And that particular zoning district, again, what would be allowed for that property, allows up to 6 dwelling units per acre. And so the future land use map has it currently shown as medium density residential, and that's 6 to 8 dwelling units per acre. just in terms of density. And so the proposal there for that area was to change that to low-density residential, and that's 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre. And the reason for that is just bringing the future land use map in line with how the property's zoned in terms of density. Area C, this is one that I had an error on that corrected, but basically this area, we were updating the future land use map for enterprise rent-a-car. It's currently shown as a mixed-use neighborhood, and we're changing it to commercial because that's how the land is actually being used. The area between the Weigels and the enterprise rent-a-car we're showing as a mixed-use neighborhood. Potentially something like what is being developed potentially out there at the end of Watt Road with those townhomes and the retail buildings. Something like that on this piece of property is what the logic is behind that particular land use designation. Area D is Ingalls and Old Ingalls. Let me get a different color here. That's not going to show up. Okay, D. That's a mixed-use neighborhood. As I mentioned earlier, the Old Ingalls was maybe a candidate for mixed-use neighborhood back when this was mapped originally. We're proposing to change that to the commercial land use because that's really how the land's being used. Area D and Area E, another change to the future land use map. This is medium density residential, but it's zone buffer. There's a buffer strip and a buffer zone to the north of the Ingalls, and so Area E we're proposing to change to open space because that's most consistent with the buffer zoning district. Area F to the north of that, that area is currently specified as medium density residential, and I kind of alluded to the logic behind that back when this was originally mapped. The property's zoned R1, which is rural residential, so you've got medium density residential, which is 6 to 8 units per acre if you're just looking at density. R1 is really less than 2 units per acre, and that's what you can do with the property right now. What we're proposing there is to change that to very low density residential from medium density residential, and that would make that area more compatible with the built densities to the north at Baldwin Park and at Waverly Court. Baldwin Park has a density of 2.37. Waverly Court's about 4.3. So that kind of fits in with that range. Very low density residential is 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre, which is twice the density of what the property is currently zoned. So that was kind of the logic on that one. F, G. G, same thing here. That's medium density residential currently. And again, what we're proposing there is very low density residential. As I mentioned, that's in line with the density of those two subdivisions that are on each side of that particular part of the study area. And again, it's twice the density of what the property is currently zoned. H, you're getting north of Boring Road, and that gets a little bit more rural. It does back up to Fox Den in that area. That's currently, a lot of that area is currently shown as low density residential, which is actually 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre, which is, you know, pretty high for that area, at least in its current condition. What we're proposing there, just because of kind of, as I mentioned earlier, kind of what's evolved in that part of the corridor, is rural residential, and that's over 1 acre lots for that land use. Same thing with I. This is, again, currently a very rural part of the corridor. It's kind of where Boring Road and Boring Lane intersect. A lot of the feedback that we received from these 3 workshops, the community really wanted to see that general part of the study area kind of retain its rural agricultural character. So again, that's what's being proposed there. In I, it would be rural residential, over 1 acre lot. Same way with J, again, for the same reasons. Rural residential for that area. Let's see. K is, there's a couple of things that have always been on this map, but they weren't discussed as discussion items in August because they're really, frankly, no-brainers. K is an area that's currently zoned residential. It backs up to Fox Den. And instead of extending the mixed-use neighborhood all the way to Fox Den, we're proposing a very low-density residential in there to kind of transition from the mixed-use neighborhood to, the very low-density residential in Fox Den. L is another map cleanup. Basically, that property is on the east intersection of Sugarwood Drive and Kingston Pike. It's currently zone buffer. So we're just basically proposing to change the future land use to open space because that reflects the zoning. And then finally, M is the area where Click's Funeral Home and the office complex is, just to the east of Walgreens and west of Ingalls. And that area is currently mixed-use neighborhood, and we're showing that as office light industrial, which matches how the property is being used. So that's kind of an overview of all the map amendments proposed in Resolution 22-10. And if anybody, I do have quite a few people that have signed up to speak on this if you want to hear from them as well. But that's...
Just before you do that, can
Yep.
you go back to the existing, the current land use? Okay, so this area, Olympic Drive, north of Olympic Drive, was another one that we've changed. So we probably need to insert that into the resolution, that we're changing that from low-density residential to very low-density residential. Go back to you'll
That's
see
not
where
in
it
the
changes.
study area, is it?
It's not in the study area, but we are changing it on this map. Do we need to
Oh, I see. Yep.
Yeah, see there.
acknowledge that?
It's the only part that's missing, really, that we're not addressing.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we can.
Add an N.
Yeah, if anybody has any
That's the existing-
questions or comments about that, we can. Yeah,
The previous slide, so we can mark that on our.
It's
Okay,
this.
yeah, I see
stay
it.
right here.
Yeah.
Whoop, wrong.
You talking about the Russell property?
Yeah,
Is that? Okay.
yeah.
Well, the Olympic.
Ted Russell.
Yeah, north of Olympic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is the Russell property.
In the,
Well, we actually are changing the ones, all of that. The
All of that,
Olympic,
all of that,
the
right?
Olympic Drive is changing to very low because that's the
Those 3
existing.
properties.
Be
There-
part of
there
what
used to
we
be
look
this
at
one.
next time,
Yeah,
although it's
I'm
on
gonna
this map.
really struggle making these changes on the fly if we're thinking about doing this tonight and
Yeah, it's not in
without
the
the proper
study
public
area.
notification of these property owners. We're saying, yeah, let's just
Well, those
include
are-
this into it.
They're built environment.
Well, they are a built environment, but some of them are large enough acreage they could be developed in the future. I guess I'm going to struggle making some of these, like what you're talking about, the Russell property. I mean, I don't see it being developed anytime soon, but it could be. And I think it's unfair for us to shoehorn this in and say, oh yeah, by the way, we want to do that one too. So.
Then let me propose this, because this is maybe the end, but the end could be, the Olympic Drive is built out, and it is not designated accurately. It needs to be designated accurately on the map. So change that to N, and because we've changed it on the map. It is very low density, And since we've changed it on this map, it's not like the Olympic Drive people are gonna come out and say, hey, I wanna re-subdivide my lot,
And again,
Well,
this
like
is
I
just
say,
a
it's not a
it's
zoning
not
map.
what, there's not any requirements associated with
Well,
this.
I respect that. We call it a vision document. And, but however, and I've been a part of this planning commission for, I don't know, eight or 10 years. And a lot of us, and sometimes even yours truly, we hold this document as the Holy Grail. And that's not necessarily when we created this document in 2012, that's not necessarily our intention. It's just a vision document. It's our dream.
That's right.
And some of these changes give me a lot of heartburn about rights that we could be potentially taking away from folks. The other thing that I'm going to struggle with this is that we are taking already expensive housing stock in the town of Farragut, and we are making it more expensive with these changes by forcing people to have larger lots. And so, and one of the directives, one of the philosophies, one of the objectives in our land use plan is to create diversified housing stock. We've got a lot of single family housing stock. Obviously, I know we've got a lot of multifamily. I think there's a lot of opportunities for attached single family. But personally, I'd like for my kids someday when they grow up to be able to afford to live in the town of Farragut. And making changes like this, I don't think it's ever going to happen. So I know we've got some folks that would like to speak tonight. I'm sure there's a lot of other commissioners that would like to be heard. But I'm struggling with this.
May I, I'll make a statement, and then we'll move on to listening to the public. We have done 4 corridor studies. This is the 4th corridor study. Every corridor study, we've had the residents come in, they write on, they tell us, this is our vision, this is what we'd like, and we adopt those changes. These residents are entitled to the same opportunity to say, hey, this is what our vision is. We have zoning, the zoning is what it is, and they are entitled to come in and have a vision. That's what the community was built on, and I understand your concerns, but the community was built on having community input. So
I love the outreach and I love the input. However, when you've got folks that already have their neighborhood lot and their house, and then they're telling other folks, well, guess what? Your lot over there now has to be over an acre, which is great. Everybody would love to have an over an acre lot. Well, maybe people that don't want to mow the yard don't want over an acre, but generally speaking, it's a utopia to think about how great it would be for everybody to have these giant lots. But the reality is giant lots are not affordable. Obviously, everybody would like to have, if they got a little lot, they'd love to have a giant lot back up to them because, they got one neighbor instead of 3 neighbors. But I think that this really warrants a lot of further discussion. I'd like to hear some folks that are here tonight that would like to speak and hear other commissioners. Again, I really am concerned about making changes to this document. If it's the pleasure of this commission to try to pass this thing tonight, making changes on the fly without the proper public notification. But at any rate, I'll yield the floor.
You ready for the speakers, or do you want to?
I just want to emphasize, this is a vision. It's not the zoning. The zoning is a legal part of it, and whoever has the property can come in at any time they want to and ask for the zoning changes to be done.
Yes, ma'am, they can, but every single time one of those applicants come to us, all of us commissioners go to our land use plan and go, okay, is it compatible with the land use plan? Is it consistent with the land use plan? And I'm saying all of us, I assume it was a guiding document. That was the desire and the intent of that document. We have held that document a lot higher than just being a vision document.
Some of you
I can
have.
speak for myself.
Yeah.
I have not done that.
No, me
I
either.
look at it as going back and looking at what was kind of the vision. That's not an absolute. The zoning is, and the zoning request and a formal request on that basis has to stand on those merits.
Well, Mark was talking about using this to clean up.
Yeah.
I think if you look at the Olympic Drive area, the houses that is built out. I mean, it cannot be subdivided any more than what it is, and that is, according, if you look at the coloration, very low density. what's above it, and you're talking about the Russell lot and the two other lots above that, are actually open space cluster residential. I think that's probably pretty correct.
That's rural residential. It's not open space cluster.
Yeah, just sometimes it's hard to read the color. The colors are tough.
Not R1 OSR.
It's residential.
Well, yeah, it's still residential, yeah, rural residential. But
Residential.
I don't think that that's land used, in my opinion. Yes, from the Olympic Drive, all that down there I think probably it is.
Yeah.
Hear from the public now.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's, you want, Chairman?
Go.
Okay, the first speaker I have is John Wright, and then after John, John Holtzreger. Remember, you got 5 minutes, so.
John Wright, 412 Cedar Bluff Road, 37923. Mark, I'll be quick. The data that you collected at the public input workshops with the photos and everything, is that available? Can we see that?
Yeah, everything that we used is public information.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have it tonight, though?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't have it tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Is that all you wanted, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay.
After John Holtzreger is Doug Horn.
John Holstrager, 345 Bernie Circle, Farragut. Thank you for the time you devoted to doing these workshops. It's been really great for us to be able to come in and tell you as a group, what our vision is for that area. I support the outcomes that those workshops produced and what you're proposing here tonight. My rationale goes something like this. MPC and BOMA both routinely have to struggle with decisions that are the consequences of our fantastic growth and what we've created in Farragut, and you take that seriously. And I hear each of you contributing and struggling with some of the ways that we have to decide these things. And just this evening, I heard some real passion coming from people about plans that we're considering putting together for the future of the town, and there's a lot of resistance to some of those things, and those passionate, resistant hearts, I think, are responding to what we've seen in Farragut as growth and the good things that this body and BOMA is bringing about, but it always comes with a price. So, I mean, given the town's growth, especially to the west of Farragut, I think we need to be really choiceful about what we do with remaining vacant parcels of land like we have here, because, we kind of only get one shot at that. We can put an apartment building there, or we can put 2.4 densities, units per acre, or we can put, the 1 acre lots that Noah talked about. And I think to allow vacant land anywhere in Farragut to continue to densify and to creep up over time, I think just causes us to have more of the problems that we're responding to tonight: more traffic, more growth, more congestion. My wife reminds me sometime when I have an argument with her. I know none of you ever argue with your spouses, but she'll say, when you get yourself in a hole, you ought to stop digging. And as a community, we have dug ourselves into a hole with density, and now there's like nowhere to turn because we have so little open space. And so my plea, my request is that this body really very choicefully consider what we do with those open parcels. I hear and respect what Mr. Myers said about those 1 acre lots, but that is kind of what Farragut has become. It's become a bit of an enclave, and it's different than what we see in other communities developing. And yes, they are more expensive, but that's not the whole of Farragut, because we have opportunity for other people to build and to live and enjoy, maybe smaller lot sizes. So I'd encourage you to vote and approve this tonight. We've been back and forth on this many, many times. We've come to town hall many times to do workshops, and I would really hope that we can make a decision on this tonight. Thanks, folks.
Okay, we have Doug Horn, and then after him is Michael Wilson.
Thank you. Doug Horn, 12103 South Fox Den. I've been a resident in Farragut and graduated from Farragut High School in 1963, and I've done a lot of things in Farragut. We brought a lot of retail customers in. I know the chair lady would love a new retail customer on Eddie Ford's property, which we agree with that. But we brought a lot of retail sales in for Farragut, and we started a newspaper. We've been very good citizens, we believe. We've been very focused on reflecting the tenor of this town and all the stories about the town's people and the athletic programs and schools. And so we're invested in this town. This property that we have 50 acres that's in this study. And my daughter Susan and my 2 grandchildren, this is their property. They are very hopeful that this property would not be reduced in value by this land use plan. Mr. Myers is exactly right. Like we said the last time we were here, we don't want to kid ourselves. The land use plan is relied on by this commission. If we come in for a zoning change, you look at the land use plan, and you should. We understand that. We've developed in 28 or 9 states in the country, and they always look at land use plan. So we can't say that's just a guide. I could start quoting some other examples in this town where the guide was used the opposite direction. But this time, on zoning, you always go to the guide. Mayor McGill, Ralph McGill, came to us because we'd done a lot for this town. We're proud of the influence and the progress we've made in this town. We've done a lot of good work in this town. We believe I can quote Bible and verse on that. And Ralph McGill came to me and he said, Doug, you've done a lot of good things. What is the density, you the landowner that bought the property with sweat equity 40-some years ago, what do you think should be on this land, the density? And we agreed 6 to 12 per acre. That's what the 2012 land use plan called for. Then it was changed and reduced the value of our property in 2018 to 6 to 8. Then we proposed a project at 6 to 8 units per acre where we would widen Boring Road at our expense, not the town. We would pay for the Boring Road widening, probably $1,500,000. There are other development in this town where the town has paid for widenings. We didn't ask for the town to pay for it. Now we come up with this where certainly citizens would like to not have any development nearby. We admire Baldwin Park. We love the Baldwin Park people, and naturally they would like for this to stay a very low density. But this is more than just Baldwin Park. This is the landowner that owns the property for 45 years, our family, my daughter, 2 grandchildren, my wife. And for us to change the land use plan to go to like 1 acre lots is absolute nuts. And the property east of us, Mr. Gwynn over here, and the Borings also will be affected by this. That their land would be greater than 1 acre lots for this plan. I don't know who commented on the land use plan proposal, but it's mainly people that are trying to slow down anything right around them. I've said this before at other meetings. I remember when Mr. Stooksbury sold the 16 or 17 acres on Boring Road, and we missed the bid by $25,000. Saddlebrook bought it, and there are a lot of people didn't want Baldwin Park there. A lot of people on Boring Road didn't want Baldwin Park there either. And we'll talk about another proposal later about Mr. Ford's property, where people don't like something good to happen right beside them. But we proposed to widen Boring Road if we kept our land use plan that had been in effect from 2012, 6 to 12, 2008, 6 to 8. So
you got there's 30 seconds.
We know, and you know, as I said the last meeting, we're kidding ourselves. If somebody says the land use plan is something that's just a guide, no, it isn't. If we come in and ask for zoning to reflect the land use plan, we'd be turned down. And everybody on this commission, I think most of the commission knows that. So we want to be treated fairly. We want you to realize we're long-term citizens of this town. We believe we've done our part in this town in many ways. So I think you need to remember that.
Next is Michael Wilson, and after him is Sam Gwynn.
Good evening, Michael Wilson, 412 Eisenhower Street, Farragut, Tennessee. I've stood before you many a times, and I want to comment on first what Commissioner Myers was kind of discussing. I view the comprehensive land use plan as the agreement that was signed between the town government and the citizens of this community on how this town would be developed. It was an agreement between the residents that participated and the folks that ran the town at the time in 2012. That's why there's a requirement for major changes to go back in front of the community, just like the ones that are proposed tonight have been. So I think it's more than just a guide. I think it's an agreement between the citizens and those that represent us. With that, I'd like to address the proposed changes specifically to areas F and I behind the old Ingalls. Changing this area to very low density and rural residential is not consistent with the transition policy in the comprehensive land use plan. The transition policy states that it is there, quote, to protect existing neighborhoods from incompatible new development and to encourage gradual transitions within a new development. The following guidelines should be applied. If density is different from the adjacent property as proposed, the transition should occur within the proposed development. This change to this policy is not impacted by the facts that this changes from mixed use, the old Ingalls changes from mixed use to commercial. Okay, that doesn't change this policy within the plan. So it's clear by looking at these diagrams, there's no proposed transition of density within this property. While the resolution advocates for placing very low density and rural residential next to a commercial development, the staff's comments for agenda items 6 and 7 include the potential incompatibility of commercial property being placed next to the surrounding low-density residential neighborhoods without proper transition. As the town states, quote, the very large scale of the building and its associated activities, such as frequent deliveries and trash pickup, could create adverse impacts to the Park Place and Glen Abbey subdivisions which abut the property. For these two agenda items, the town advocates for the placement of very low density next to commercial while cautioning about it in the next agenda item. That's not even logical. Some may argue that the open space in item E is a transition. A similar debate happened in 2015 and 16 regarding the previous rezoning at Ivy Farm. The FMPC recommended 150 feet of green space to serve as a transition between the proposed commercial and rural residential properties. That development never came to fruition, and subsequently the town corrected that decision with the appropriate transition that is currently being built. It seems clear the town has revisited that property and determined that open space is not an appropriate transition. In this case, the FMPC should amend PC 22-10 to ensure the appropriate transition occurs within the property by gradually decreasing density from medium density behind the old Ingalls to very low density in rural residential next to the existing residential properties to the north to provide them the proper protection. This would be consistent with the CLUP and the action taken on Ivy Farm. Not doing so is an arbitrary change that is inconsistent with the transition policy and undermines the comprehensive land use plan. Thank you.
And the last speaker was Sam Gwynn.
Hi, thank you all. Good evening. My name's Sam Gwynn. I reside at 330 Channing Drive. I'm also speaking tonight on behalf of my daughters, Brittany Moore and Dale Flanagan, who are here. I'm going to read this, or I don't want to get too emotional on what I say. I'm speaking tonight in reference to the resolution PC 22-10 on the amendments of the future land use map in the comprehensive land use plan, updated for portions of Boring Road. Our property, which I am the 5th and they are the 6th generation landowner of this, is Area J. As you will notice, it's surrounded all the way by Village Green and Fox Den and Country Manor. Our other property is bounded by my daughter's house, cousin's house, and other property right beside it. I first want to thank Mark for the time that he spent on engaging with residents to discuss not only the possible options, but the developments in these areas, but also the results of the workshops. Secondly, my reason for speaking tonight, I would like to ask the Planning Commissioner to consider leaving Area J as it currently is in the land use plan now, and changing the proposal and not changing it to the proposed as is. It is currently low-density residential, or 3 to 6 units per acre. The intent of this style is to protect existing low and very density subdivisions and neighborhoods, and is served by local streets. It also encourages a mixture of lot sizes and to add some diversity. The proposal is to lower the density to entire categories of rural residential, or 1 acre or lot. The intent of this style is to protect existing rural areas as a lifestyle, maintain open vistas, rural image of Farragut, and is typically associated with agriculture, including farming, livestock, nurseries, greenhouse, or can solely be residential. Rural designation will encourage clustering to preserve areas of active agriculture. I am encouraging you to grandfather this section into the 2012 land use plan and leave it as is, because we all know farming, livestock, and nurseries and the rural nature of Farragut is no longer in existence. To believe that it is fair and equitable treatment of how the land would be used is ignoring the state of our town and the location of the land. If ever developed, which it isn't happening and it won't be in the foreseeable future, however, considering our current economy, the needs of our town and are not representative of rural residential. We've heard in many meetings brought before the MPC, moved to Knox County, moved to the county. If you don't want lights or to hear kids playing and so on, and believe that the last chunk of land that should be preserved in the county isn't equitable. I'm asking you tonight to please adjust the proposal for Area J and grandfather the section to match the surrounding areas. As you can see on this map, and I'd ask Mark to put the other map back up, this is what we're asking for, and you can see that is consistent with everything that is around us.
That's not.
That area.
Come in front of you
Well, it's higher.
and not use it as agricultural under Tennessee regulations. That would be able to consistent with the surrounding and connecting areas, which would not lead to. If you've got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Mr. Gwynn, just for clarity, what you're asking for is a higher density than what is the surrounding area. Village Green is R2.
I am asking for the same classification that it is right now, 1 to 3 houses per acre.
That's not what that is. That's 3 to 6.
3 to
That
6.
bright yellow is 3 to 6. If you want it to stay, if you want it to be consistent with what's around it, it would be very low density, which is 2 to 4.
2 to 4 is fine. I mean, that's better than 1 to an acre. But I mean, you got to make it consistent. I mean, it's just not fair to take somebody's land that hasn't developed it, and it will be the largest portion of land in the city of Farragut to not be developed if the Ford property is developed.
And to be fair, last meeting, I did state that I thought that was something that we
Yeah.
should probably consider.
Yeah, I did
That
too.
it shouldn't be rural residential, that it should probably be designated very low
Very low
residential to
density.
be consistent with Village Green. which is
Yeah,
what I had
we talked about that last time, Sam, and, because
Well,
I
it's
too.
not on this map, and if you
Yeah, I
had
understand.
adopted
I
tonight,
understand.
I don't think that's why I'm asking for it to be grandfathered in.
I don't think I mean, it's not about grandfather. I think it's about doing what's right. I think what has happened here is a popularity contest. We've got a group of folks that got excited who are residents in the immediate area, and they said, let's come up with the biggest utopian area that we can come up with. Let's make everybody have these giant lots. even though they may live on a fifth of an acre. And I am so disappointed in the direction that we are going with this. It is not fair, and it is not consistent, and it's not just you, Sam. I mean, there's other properties that are involved, and I don't have any idea who over's on H. But to tell that guy, well, even though you've got these little half-acre lots across the street, you've got to now build 1-acre lots. I understand this is what everybody got excited about who participated in the workshops. But the people that participate in the workshops are the people that don't want anything in their backyard other than a big field.
I will say this, in defense of the residents in Baldwin Park. They've been through the frickin' ringer for years. It started with Smith Road Apartments, and then there were more apartments proposed behind Ingalls, and then there were more apartments proposed behind Ingalls, and they're exhausted. So if you're seeing a knee-jerk reaction, that's what it is. What they're asking for is that the property be designated how it is, to align with how it is currently zoned. Now, Baldwin Park is R3, and I've explained if Mr. Horn came in and said, I want R3 for G and F, that would make complete sense to me. And I think that's a legitimate land use, R3. But they've been dealing with densities far beyond what they believe to be in the best interest of that area. And so this is their reaction, is we want to keep this single-family residential. I agree with Mr. Gwynn that, and I made that point last time, that doesn't make any sense. My concern, and you guys should be aware of this, is anything more than 30 units, and this is, you guys said you're not going to develop for a long time.
Not planning on development, period.
And
My
if-
daughters might, when they do it sometime, but I don't plan.
they
I'm
should be aware
76
that-
years old. I'm sure as heck not gonna get in the development business.
But they should be aware, with this size of this property, more than 30 units, you're gonna need a secondary access. So that's I think that was what the initial thought was, leave it rural residential because you're gonna need more than secondary access, but that's a problem down the road that
Sam
none
has
of
road
us-
frontage on 2 different right-of-ways.
Yes.
So Sam's got the secondary access covered right
But
now.
it would have to come up, Boring Lane.
Oh, yeah, just like we dealt with the thing in Foxton.
No,
Like,
it
we
won't
have to
come
deal with
up
that.
Boring Lane. That is not, it can't come up
No,
Boring Lane.
he's got
That's
West Heritage
private.
in Chowning. He owns property on West Heritage in Chowning.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. For all the holly trees.
That's right.
Have always been, so.
I don't have an issue with changing that area to reflect what the existing residential is around it. I mean, that's a decision for everyone to make, but.
Now, keep in mind, this map this is really just based on the predominant input that we received from the people that showed up to provide input. I mean, I brought up Sam's property last time and I'm like Louise, I thought that needed to probably be relooked at. But really, honestly, the predominant feedback that we received really is what's mapped there on the draft map.
And how many of those people
I
live
understand,
in a
yeah.
lot that is a half acre or less
Yes.
or in an apartment? Because I attended all 4 of those meetings.
And the gentleman that lives on H intends on keeping that a large lot.
Well, all that can change, but yeah.
Obviously, but
Yeah.
that's.
But Mike,
He bought it to build one house on.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
great, but I mean, and Mike Wilson and I have not always agreed over the years, but we are absolutely in alignment tonight. This land use plan, we have held it up as a very important document. You know, I called it the Holy Grail document. Maybe some of you didn't respect it as much as that. Maybe respect's not the right word. But every decision, especially zoning decisions, that this body has made since we adopted that document, we look at the land use plan. And so when we're saying, oh, this is just a guide, what we're talking about tonight is not just a guide. This is a big deal. This takes away his rights.
If you change it.
You can change it, but it's a whole process to come back.
R1, that's what he has a right to, R1 and R2.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what's there today in the land use plan. We're changing the land use plan. When they come back to us, we're going to say, oh, it's not consistent with the land use plan, you're denied.
But This
You're
allows
making-
for
you're ma-
R1, R2, or R3, I'm sorry.
You're making blanket statements, and I categorically disagree with you characterizing my personal view on this as being all of us think the same way. It's not monolithic, and it's never been monolithic. Okay? The land use plan is very much a guide. We've had instances, and you know it as well as I do. I know Doug knows it, and others know. We've gone back and changed the land use plan because somebody came in with a proposal that made sense. I mean, it's a vision. You can't look out 10 years and say that's what it's got to be regardless. That's why it's a living document.
But it's rare that we change the land use plan.
But the other problem is, you have a major landowner, well, Sam goes to the workshop, well, he's one voice, but hell, if you weigh his vote versus the others, you know, he ought to have the guy that owns the property ought to have a little bit more sway on what to do with the land use map and the influence on the zoning and what to do with the property.
Amen, that's right.
Ed and I have both been on the planning commission for several years, more so than anybody else on here. And I will say prior to this, the group that came in to be the consultants and develop the comprehensive land use plan, I'd never heard of a comprehensive land use plan. I think the town had to have one because it was a state requirement. Is that right, Mark?
A plan is. It doesn't
Well,
have to be.
Plan.
We just had a really old plan. It was just really outdated. I mean,
And
a
it
plan went back to
wasn't
like
anything-
1980.
Yeah.
Well, it was
And so we needed a brand-new plan that incorporated a lot of new principles.
We had a good policy statement
Oh, we had
plan.
a policy
uh,
statement.
That was adopted in
And that was
2001.
updated.
Yeah.
As far as a comprehensive land use plan, I'd never heard of that until this group from Colorado comes in to do the consulting for,
Which we created in 2012.
yeah, from 2012. So if somebody comes in now and asks for a zoning change, we're going to look at this, what they want to do there, what the surrounding is. There's a lot of factors, not just what's on this piece of paper. So I want everybody to understand that. You could come in and want to put an amusement park there and everybody would be thrilled, maybe. And we would probably go with that.
But Rita, in reality, if we come in for a zoning change, we know that you're going to say, what does the land use plan say? That's what every state we've ever developed in, that's what they say. So you'll say the same thing. But what Sam's saying, what I'm saying, if we adopt this plan, it kills the value of our land. It's taking value. It's confiscation without compensation. It's probably, that's what it is. It's not tax without representation. It's confiscation without compensation. That's what I call it. And it's hurting our children, our grandchildren. Sam and I are probably too old to develop it all, perhaps anyway. And remember, I also had volunteered not to ask the town for the money to widen Boring Road, but we were going to widen Boring Road as long as we keep our 6 to 8 units per acre, which used to be 6 to 12. So to me, that's certainly a variable that you need to factor in. You don't need to make the changes on this plan that you have in front of you. It was like Mark said, it's just a few people that are real close by that certainly would like to see minimal density. And like I said, when Mr. Stooksbury, Mary Margaret and Sheila Stooksbury sold that land at Baldwin Park, so there's a lot of good people on Baldwin Park, but there's a lot of people around Boring Road didn't want that either. I can name family names. They didn't want that property developed either. So growth happens. And Farragut's a dynamic growth town.
I'm just gonna ask you to consider what I said, take it back to what it was, please, and give us a resolution, or just change it and put it back what it was.
Well, we don't have to put it back because we haven't changed it yet.
Well,
That's
just
right.
leave
But
it
Ryan-
alone.
You know, something,
Admit
Well
it.
enough alone, as Mama said.
something else I'd like to bring up that Mike Wilson brought up is the buffer. You know, for a lot of years, this town, we loved buffers. Boy, we put buffers all over the place. And then when we did the land use plan, we said, you know what, there's a better way than just force feeding these buffers. And it's called transitional zoning or feathering of zoning. And so here we are, we're going back and putting a buffer in here that we are actually calling we call it, we just call it open space.
Zone buffer.
And then, well, we've got a couple areas. We've got one behind Ingalls and we've got the one in front of NHC,
Zone buffer.
and it is zone B1 buffer.
All of them are zone buffer.
What my thought is, if we're trying to create this guiding document or a dream document or a vision document, but we're not following the basic principles of the land use plan, and that's the transitional zoning or the feathering of zoning.
Well, even if you want to do transitional zoning, first off, Baldwin Park is 2.34 units per acre. How you go from 2.34 units an acre to, if we keep medium density, 6 to 8 units per acre, I don't see how you do that in that limited space. That buffer is zoned buffer, and it's a berm, and it's heavily treed, and it protects those neighborhoods back there from the noise of Kingston Pike. It blocks the view of the back of Ingalls. It serves a purpose, and with that buffer, I'm not sure that you need a transition. You've got this huge 95-foot deep buffer that has treed over the years. It's existed there a long time. You take that buffer out, now you're mowing it down, now you're looking at the back of a
Well, what's kind of interesting is, yes, we all embrace these buffers, and yes, there's a mature buffer with a berm and a bunch of pine trees. I'm not advocating go tear down the buffer. I guess what I'm saying is we have other principles like connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, vehicular connectivity, where we actually want the neighborhoods, if they have commercial that's nearby, we want them to have the ability with good design to interface with those neighborhoods. And if you've got a big berm, you're not going to be able to interface any kind of connectivity with that. And so all of a sudden, I guess what we're doing is we're saying, all right, we're putting it on the land use plan as a buffer, and so therefore we're going to definitely eliminate vehicular connectivity. You could probably put a walking trail, through the berm or over the berm, or put a tunnel through the berm. But what my thought is I just don't understand why we can arbitrarily take some of the great things that we adopted in the land use plan, even though the Board of Mayor and Aldermen didn't necessarily adopt it, but as a planning commission, am I using the right word, adopt? Because I know we got educated on this about 10 years ago, specifically with the land use plan. But nevertheless, it's our guiding document. So we're taking some of the things that we like and some of the things we don't like, and we're just kind of being arbitrary of how we implement those philosophies. And I feel like that, again, what happened here is just a popularity contest. We said, let's just do it this way, irrespective of what good design and good planning is.
May I make a comment about the transition, please? I just want to say that, Vice Mayor Pavlin and I talked about this after the first Ivy Farm vote. I've spoken with others. I actually objected in that meeting to using that green space as a buffer, because that's not what our plan says. Our plan doesn't say green space or open space as a buffer. It says we transition densities to protect the existing neighborhoods. You need to protect the property that's going to go on this neighborhood behind a commercial building. It's really nice that there's trees there, but let me ask all the folks that are going to be up here for these next two items. Is that green space going to now be a buffer between the commercial property that's proposed on Ford's land, and Ivy Farm or Park Place? Are we going to apply the same standards to that development as what we're going to apply here? And that's why I believe this plan is critical to how you make decisions. I don't think you can just say arbitrarily, buffer works here. Arbitrarily on this property, no, you have to have transition from this density to this density to this density. That's not consistency, and it undermines the plan, and quite honestly, it undermines your credibility as a planning commission, the BOMA's credibility as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Be consistent with how this is applied.
Mr. Wilson, I'm happy to respond to that. There's this thing where people say, okay, there's your 4 squares, and this is the policy, and it has to apply to every 4 squares. Every 4 squares, it still all applies, and that's not what the transition policy is about. The transition policy is about taking what the existing environment is, looking at that existing environment, and transitioning from here. The existing environment here is the fact that we have a 90-foot deep strip of land that is zoned buffer. It is zoned that. That's its use. It is zoned as a buffer. It's long been zoned as a buffer. B1 is its zoning. To now say, okay, we're going to do transition policy and take that buffer out is not serving the the residents behind there any purpose, because the fact is it's a berm and it's treed. That needs to be thought about. That needs to be considered in our land use plan. If it was not just open space and you're still looking at the back of a grocery store, well then, yeah, then you want to start talking about transition. But when you're talking about a heavily treed, something
Sure.
that grew in, you have to, that's a consideration in this.
And let me clarify my comments. I'm not advocating removing the buffer or removing the tree line. All I'm saying is that tree line and that berm don't flex or don't transition density. Our plan says that we transition density to protect existing neighborhoods, and we transition density within the property from commercial uses to higher density residential to lower density residential. Maybe it's not medium. I quite honestly think you could put a street or two of townhomes or connected homes at 4 units an acre, 5 units an acre behind there, and then put single lot homes, small lot homes like Baldwin Park behind those, next to Baldwin Park and going back to the Boring Farm area to the north. I think that could be done. I'm sure Mr. Horn may have a proposal sitting in his pocket right now where he's ready to do something like that. And that's what I'm saying. Be consistent with how this is applied. Because I'm telling you folks, if you're going to arbitrarily apply a standard here, but then when we talk about the next two items, you don't apply that same standard, then how are we treating anybody fair and equitably? And I appreciate the comments by the other landowner that don't do this to me. And I appreciate the fact that Vice Mayor Pavlin and Mark recognized that in the last meeting, because I thought that's maybe what the landowner wanted and he requested, but obviously it's not. All I'm saying is treat everybody the same. Treat everybody equitably. If you're going to have a transition policy that allows a buffer, amend the plan and say green space, open space buffer at certain distance is a transition. It qualifies. Put it in the plan so everybody that comes up here and speaks in front of you understands what the rules are regardless of which property we're talking about. And that's all I'm asking for, is the consistency in the application of the plan. And I think that's fair, because like I said, this was an agreement between the folks that ran the town at the time and everybody who lived in this town. And I think you ought to honor that agreement and not simply use it here, use it there, the way that you see fit for a particular property. And if we need to change it and add a buffer, we should have a discussion and put it in the plan. Thank you.
And I will add on to what Mr. Wilson's talking about with transition. When you look at G, on the current map, you've got Baldwin Park, which is 2.34 units per acre, which should not be bright yellow, it should be light yellow. It's designated inaccurately. So you've got your 2.34 units per acre, and Waverly Court's at something like 4.5 units per acre. And then you put medium density in the middle of that. That makes no sense. It makes no sense from a development point of view to go from 4.5 to 6 to 8 to 2.34. So I look at that part particularly, and that's kind of what the driving was looking, okay, that makes no sense. If you're looking at Baldwin Park and you want to apply transitions, the area that's F, the area that's right next to it should be very low density residential, and potentially moving up to the bright yellow behind the buffer, the strip that's B, but it under no circumstances should be medium density. The rest of that, I and J, should be very low density residential. That's what the existing environment is around it. That's what makes sense. That's what makes sense in a development perspective in that area.
Louise, if that makes sense, then why is it proposed as rural residential? How did they even get to this point?
Because that's what the residents asked for. If we want to, that's what we're having a conversation about. The residents said, hey, you know, when you're looking at Boring Road and that part of Boring Road, it makes all the sense in the world when you go down there. It's R1, it's zoned R1. Mr. Horn has a right to develop it as R1. That is his right. But if the community, what the community is saying is, if you're inclined to do large lots, this would be a great place to do an estate-sized lot, because that area just shouts for it. But you still have a right to develop out as R1. So I think that's what the thinking was when they were looking at that particular corridor. So
I think Mr. Gwynn he was at all the workshops, and primarily he listened, but tonight he spoke, and he didn't really ask for his to be changed. He wasn't one of the ones that asked to have a change. And tonight, he's asking to leave it be.
But
And-
leaving it be is 3 to 6 units per acre.
Well, that's,
I can't, that's the, you cannot put townhomes in the middle of a low-density residential. That's just so incompatible. I disagree with
Be
that.
okay if you made it
Yeah, I think
compatible with
he-
Village Green.
Yeah, the 2 to 4
Yeah.
units per acre was.
yeah, he spoke
that was
tonight saying
Very low
that-
density, yeah.
Well, we need to be clear on that, because right now it's designated 3 to 6 units per acre, which is R4. When all he wants is, he's stating that he'd like it to be consistent with Village Green.
yeah.
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Oh, we told him 2 to 4. I thought that's what you said.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 to 4 was okay.
And on this buffer and this transition thing, 82, whenever the buffer was, I think if I remember correctly, that's when it was put in. Well, in 2012, whenever the land use plan was done, then the buzzword then was transition. And that's what we have looked at since.
Well, that
But, wait a minute,
Sorry.
when you get to looking at E, okay, it's just sit there, grown up. There's been no plans for it. So it's grown like what it's grown. You look at F and all the rest of that up through there, part of it's been bush hog, part of it's not. So to whether it's 95 feet or ever how many feet it is, it's up on the hill there above the grocery store. Like somebody, I think Mr. Wilson may have said, you could do something transitional there, okay, and then move on to whatever is in between.
You mean leave the buffer there and do a transition zone?
Well, you can call it whatever you want to, but right now it's called a buffer.
Well, here, just so, can you go back to the original map? So the original map, they thought the Ingalls would come down, and that would all become one integrated, the buffer was gonna come out, because it was gonna be one integrated,
And that's not where we're at.
yeah, mixed use. So once you realize Ingalls is staying commercial, what's the use in taking that buffer out? Medium density doesn't quite make sense there anymore. When you have this protective, this natural protection right there, you utilize it. It is protecting the residential areas all behind there. You're not hearing as much noise off of Kingston Pike, and certainly not dealing with the Ingalls, any noises you're hearing from Ingalls. So I look at G and I look at F the same way. G, part of it needs to be yellow, the light yellow, and part of it could be the bright yellow. And the same could be said for F. The south part could be bright yellow, and the northern part could be light yellow. And then you get your transitions in there, and you get the idea that, hey, we're looking at transitions, but you still have to understand, you can't go from 2.34 units an acre to 6 units an acre. 6 to 8 units an acre. That doesn't make sense even from a transitional point of view. That's kind of where I am.
Well, it'd be hard to do something with G and follow anything we're doing, as far as if you're looking at the logic of it.
You could put R4 on one side and R3 on the other. I don't.
Yeah.
Or I know that this is lower density, but R1 OSMR would be a mix of townhomes on one side and single-family detached on the other.
Well, right now, nobody's brought anything to us to look at. We're just talking about land use, so
Yeah.
I think we probably ought to look at it in a little bit more logical way.
Go ahead. Tell us again who you
I was
are.
at the all of the workshops, and I think it's one of the best things that the town of Farragut does is to have workshops like that, to have meetings like this, to get community input. But anybody that was at those meetings understands 95% of the people that were there are homeowners who don't want any density changes or any development to come in, really. And so I value community input, and I know you do, Mark. But that can't be the thing that drives everything. I think if you went out into the community and asked the average Farragut citizen if they think it's fair to devalue a couple of guys' properties dramatically, Is that fair and equitable? And I think most people in the community, not just the local homeowners, not just the nearby homeowners, but most people in the community would not think that that's fair. Thank you.
When we did the land use plan in 2012, we did a ton of outreach to the entire community, and we actually had a pretty good response. We did it over multiple times, really over about 12 to 18 months. And we had a lot of folks, citizens from every boundary of the town of Farragut participate. And that's what developed the land use plan. And one of the things that we actually heard from the community, it wasn't unanimous, but it was the majority of the community, is they actually wanted to see density in areas like this to create other types of housing, whether it was diversified types of housing or more affordable housing. Therefore, that's how the land use plan in 2012 created the map that had some densities going up to 6 to 8 units an acre. Some of them went up to 12 units an acre. We determined, after there was a lot of public outcry and frustration with some of the apartments, we determined, okay, maybe's enough. And so we changed the density to maximize the density to 8. But when we did this outreach to a community as a whole, not just the Boring Road folks or the Watt Road folks or the folks in Fox Den that we talked to tonight, with the map was derived because of what the whole community said, not just what a few people said. And so I'm really struggling with all of a sudden now it's back to the popularity contest. I'm not saying there doesn't need to be made some changes. I'm okay with the changes, but the buffer, I don't see, the buffer is already zoned B1 in the zoning ordinance, and we're adopting a land use plan amendment that now has a buffer which completely contradicts the philosophies in the land use plan. There is no way anybody could go in and tear down those berms and those trees without a change to the zoning ordinance, which requires this body and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. And so, again, we're doing things in here just to play favorites, and I just don't understand it. I understand it, I just don't agree with it.
Ms. Holiday, may I ask a process question?
John, let's get you up on the mic.
Yeah.
So my process question is, we've had a number of workshops to solicit community input, and it wasn't just people on Boring Road. It was open to anyone who wanted to come. And in fact, at least 20 subdivisions were invited to that. So it's not just a group of us in Baldwin Park. So if that's our process, and we've presented you with citizen input about what the community wants, why would it not be acceptable to that? Then what process are we going to use? Are we going to turn it around and say, MPC really owns the responsibility to put this together in a logical way using the rules that we have as the town of Farragut, and then bring that back to us and say, well, what do you think of this? Is that a possibility? Because most of us in Baldwin Park, most of us on Boring Road, most of us in the town don't know the fine details of the rules. If you could bring us a plan, would that be acceptable? That we could go yes or no or maybe? Or is
And I'll add on to Mr. Holtzreger's. This is, we all know that this plan is complicated. The comprehensive land use plan is complicated. The land use map is complicated. It's people can confuse between zoning and land use designations, and then what are the land use designations? We've redefined them. I think there's a lot more people educated on our land use plan than certainly what 2012. But it's been something that the community came in, and it wasn't just this area. There were residents from all over the community came in and gave their input on what they wanted to see here. If they had done this in 2012, would we have listened to them? If they do, if everyone in this area knew, hey, they're making this plan, well, we'd like to see it. We'd like to see it generally designated in the same type of development that we have now. Would we have listened to them? That's the question, because we decided, hey, this is an idea, we can put mixed use here. And what if everybody that was living there realized, no, I don't want that? Did they even understand that this was happening? So Mr. Gwynn is asking for us to put his consistent with the surrounding development, which is 2 to 4 units per acre. He's zoned for R1. The properties here, Mr. Horn's properties are zoned R1. They could be made consistent, or we could add in some LDR. But if you're going to work with transitions, you have to acknowledge that Baldwin Park is 2.34 units per acre. It is very low density, and a transition from there requires some thought about caring for the fact that that's low density residential there. So that's,
I would just summarize and say, we've given you our input 2 or 3 times over the span of a year. You've asked for it, we've given it to you. If you don't want to make a decision, that's your choice. But if you're not going to use that process, tell us what process you'd like to use.
I'd like to make a comment, Doug, before you start.
All right, yeah, see you later.
I think what I've heard here is that the issue, that we've kind of resolved all the issues except F, G, and I. I think we've agreed on J. I think we kind of agree that that's okay to make that low. So we're really talking about F, G, and I. And so I guess, Doug, as you're up at the microphone, what could you accept as a compromise here between the residents and what the position that the commission is in right now and what you would like for your property? Let me just start there.
Okay, thank you for asking that. What I wanted to mention to John was that when Baldwin Park was developed, most everyone on Boring Road, they didn't want any development there. You know, the Borings, the Smiths, the Horns, the Railings, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't want development there. So that's what happens when you have growth. People right, and the next agenda item, we got some comments about that too. But I think, to answer your question, Mr. Green, you know, we'd like to leave it, kind of like Sam said, leave the density what we have now, given the fact if we develop the property in a growth in nice homes, lots that more people can come into Farragut, we said we would widen Boring Road. Now, we also have another assisted living that's going to come in. I think Mark knows about it. Assisted living from Roanoke, Virginia, wants to go right beside the current S1, east of S1. So we'll be bringing that one in too. So we have some other development proposed there. But I think Noah's right. You need a wider net to talk to more people, and also particularly the landowners. I think where you failed is talk to the landowners, because people that bought property, that have owned it for years, have family members involved, they need to be consulted more than you did. If you ask me about somebody else's property 3 or 4 properties away, I may say, I don't want anything there, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, but I don't have my sweat equity in it, my family history in it. I think you need to, like Ralph McGill in 2011-12, he came and talked to people directly. What do you that are active citizens of this town want on your property that you paid for with borrowed money and hard work? And I think that's what you need to do. Throw a wider net out to people.
So you would not accept low density 3 to 6 units per acre on
Well,
F, G, and I?
Mr. Green, I can't if the town would widen Boring Road and pay for it themselves, like you've had on some other roads in this town, then we could accept a lower density. But if we're widening Boring Road, then no, we'd like to keep 6 to 8. We can't make any money on 3 to 4 units per acre. But Boring Road needs to be widened, and we all know that.
3 to 6.
3 to 6, low density, 3 to 6 units per acre. This is kind of like a compromise between what you've got now and what's on there now. I'm
Three
trying
to
I'm trying
6.
to reach a resolution here.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, 3 to 6.
So
Now,
6.
we may not be able to widen Boring Road, but 3 to 6 on both G, F, and I, that'd work.
So 6 would be okay, and you would not be able to widen, to help us widen?
I wouldn't promise that I could widen Boring Road if we go to 3 to 6. Maybe we could, if we got 6, if we got 6 per acre.
I have a question. Why are you even discussing that when you said you're going to bring in another assisted living?
That's over on
the blue.
Yeah, assisted
Oh, the
living's,
blue. Okay.
just east of the current assisted living.
Okay.
It'll be civic institution.
So you'll still have the part there
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
F?
Yes, ma'am, we'll still have it.
Okay.
I do have one other person that's asked to speak.
Let's
Paul
get him.
Paul Johnson.
I have a question, and it might be for either Louise or Mark, but isn't there some part of, I think it's either the land use plan or the future land use plan that talks about that even if it's projected to be that, the default is the minimum acreage?
Minimum.
So even though it's 6 to 8,
That's the
right, the
policy.
default would be
Range.
6.
Yeah, you get
Not
the
8.
low range of the density.
So
and
John's compromise of 3 to 6,
But 3 to 6 to me, does not belong on I, because of the fact that your J is going to be very low-density residential, so it's gonna be light yellow. And Baldwin Park is light yellow. So
probably something like
I probably needs to just stay light yellow.
that right there could be low-density residential.
So I think what we're forgetting is with good design, you can feather the density. So you may have an overall 3 to 6 units an acre, and maybe the 6 units is down there near angles, and then you start feathering it back. But your overall density remains the same, your average density, but it's feathered towards the back. So I think we can still meet the concerns with I. And again, and this is not done at this stage. This is done at the concept plan and at the preliminary plat stage. And so we're getting into kind of micromanaging what somebody may or may not do. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying about the land use plan. If the land use plan was just not that big a deal and just kind of a guiding document, we wouldn't be all so darn concerned about exactly where the dividing line is. But we are concerned about it because we know what a big deal the document is.
My point is that whatever transition we're gonna have, it should be to LDR, and be very careful about what you're doing on Boring Road, and that where I is, it doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense to be medium density.
Well, I mean, I think the transition could definitely, I think LDR makes sense when you're getting back to Boring Road because that's what's matching the other density over on Axton and maybe what would happen on Sam Gwynn's property at
That's
some
very
point in the
low
future.
But that's very low-density residential, not low-density residential. Low-density residential is the bright yellow. That's 3 to 6 units per acre.
Okay. You were saying LDR, not VLDR.
Very low densities, 2 to 4, and that would be what Country Way and Village Green mostly is.
But I guess what I'm saying is part of the concept plan in a project this big, we're going to want a concept plan instead of going straight to preliminary plat. I mean, that's when we work on feathering the density. So their overall density, it might be the 3 to 6 units, or it might even be 6 to 8 units an acre. But as they feather back, it needs to marry into whatever the adjacent density is up there off of Boring Road or Baldwin Park or Waverly Court. But I think just arbitrarily saying, well, this has got to be this one, this one's got to be this one. We're now putting these sharp lines in, and the consultants that we had back in 2012, they kind of warned us against that, about putting these sharp dividing lines in, trying to force feed things that the land use plan is not supposed to do. That's what we have the zoning ordinance for, because those lines do matter. They're a meets and bounds description.
Go ahead.
Paul Johnson, 344 Bernie Circle. First of all, Doug and Noah, I wasn't living in Baldwin Park in 2012 when this occurred. So I hadn't had a voice until this has happened, okay? I don't see why we should expect to have up to 6 units per acre in area G. It doesn't make sense. And area I, especially the northern part of area I don't see why it would even need to be up to 6 units per acre. Now, Mr. Horn said he's looking at bringing in something that he may want to be putting into the civic institutional thing in area F. So we can wait to see what he wants to propose for that. So I know I don't have the authority to say this, but I would suggest you folks leave G and I the way it is proposed here. And Doug's going to be coming in with something for F next month probably, as he says, and put area J to the low density that Mr. Gwynn wants. And I propose and let's move on and get some progress here tonight. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
It's up to you all, what you want to take action on. It's not me.
Exactly what is it we're gonna do now?
I and J makes sense as
Presentation.
very low-density residential.
Yeah, I and J, and that's part of Mr. Horn's and Sam Gwynn's,
Makes
to
sense.
go to very low-density residential instead of rural residential.
Instead of rural residential.
And that would match the predominant existing zoning that's around those areas. So that'd be two. Well, changing I and J from rural residential land use to very low-density residential, that would match
2 to 4.
Village Green and Country Manor, Country Way, those areas.
Mark, would you go back to the land use plan that's in effect today? So you're saying we're changing it from a proposed plan to a new proposed plan, but what we're really doing is taking Mr. Horn's property, which is now medium-density residential, 6 to 8 units an acre, and we're going to now drop it down to
2 to 4.
we're going to drop it down two bars on the chart to very low-density residential properties. That's really what, in effect, what we're approving.
That's one way to look at it, but the zoning is going up.
Well, let's don't get into zoning. It's different. This is a land use plan, but
What we're talking about,
Existing land use.
I'm not talking about existing land use, but that's not what the future land use is. I'm talking about future. The future land use is our dream of what we want it to look like in the future.
Existing land use is
Between
agriculture.
A low 4.5 units per acre Waverly Court and then.
I'm not saying I would never support taking that kind of density and butting it up against those neighborhoods, but I think the overall density could be achieved and feather it back so the density matches when you get back to those neighborhoods. Same thing on Boring, Waverly Court, and Baldwin Park. But I think the overall density could still be maintained in the medium density. You might have very dense areas up near Ingalls, and then you feather it. And that's the whole purpose of the land use
The
plan.
low end of medium density is 6 units an acre. That's not anywhere near, if you put 6 units an acre.
Louise, what you're forgetting, that doesn't mean that you're eligible to build 6 units in that pocket of the property. It's your overall density. It's kind of like the same density numbers we use for OSR. I mean, you might have one area, Bridgemore, that has big lots, and another area in Bridgemore that has little bitty lots. But it has all the same, basically the same designation on the land use plan and the same zoning, and I think that's what we're forgetting. Just because you got medium density doesn't mean that this planning commission would ever say, yes, let's throw 6 to 8 units per acre right next to Baldwin Park. What we're talking about is overall average density, and that's what we're taking away from him.
Kind of like clustering. I mean, when you talk about that, if you've got a sinkhole somewhere or a real severe topo change, you're not going to build there. You're going to cluster around it. I mean, the site plan could cluster.
Exactly.
can't do that under the current zone because it's R1. It's not cluster.
And that's why we have concept.
That's why you have zoning and go through.
There could be a
concept plans and preliminary plats, and we have good design that comes before this commission, and we talk about these things.
A land use plan that expresses things realistically. And this is, anything, I don't support anything being medium density on this portion here. It's low density residential in its feel and its current use. And that is what the residents are asking for us to stay with. They came in, they added, we're staying consistent. We're gonna move these up, these rural residential areas up to very low density residential, which is consistent with how they're currently zoned and allows for the idea of moving to R2 or R3. And then if we want to look at this, the portion just north of Ingalls as LDR and just west of or east of Waverly Court as LDR, that seems to me to express some transitions, but still respecting the fact that this is a single-family residential area. And that's what it is.
Louise, what concerns me is when we adopted this plan and we made some subsequent changes to this plan, you supported medium density then. And I guess what we're forgetting is we're trying to do a shotgun approach here to something that when we look at it on a concept plan and we have the ability to transition the density, that's when you're able to achieve the objectives. I think the objectives you're trying to achieve is to protect the homeowners. And when they see this plan, they automatically think 6 to 8 units in my backyard. That is not, well, I guess I can't say what future planning commissions would approve, but that's not what I believe in my heart this planning commission would approve today right up against Baldwin Park. And so what we're doing is we're taking a wholesale approach. Well, let's just fix it so this will never come up again. But the reality is that's not what this town and this body approved in 2012. And then we turn around and change the zoning, change the density in maybe 14 or 16 when we dropped it from 12 to 8. And so I guess what I'm saying, this is not the right approach to address this.
May I make a recommendation that might help resolve the conflicts here? Low density residential gets you at 3 to 6 units per acre. We all know, and Commissioner, I don't know your name, but you made the comment that you come in at base density and then there is the potential to go into a higher density. So maybe the reality of how we look at this property is if you designated the property as low density, 3 to 6 units per acre, as Commissioner Meyer said, when the concept plan comes in, what's the caveat to get over 3 units an acre? You have to provide some benefit to the local community, walking trails, pocket park, etc. So maybe if you made property F and I low density overall, with the idea that you would feather the density as you get to a lower density, budding Baldwin Park in property J, you would feather the density down something closer to 2 units an acre that's more consistent. If the developer is coming in and is providing that benefit, then you look at going more than 3 units an acre, closer to 4 units, 5 units, whatever makes sense in that area at the time that the concept plan, the plat, and everything else comes in. That gets you somewhere in the mid-range, and maybe that's a nice trade-off between the medium density and the lower density. I agree with Commissioner Myers. I think as you get behind the store, you could put a street of townhomes in there or something that might be 5 units an acre. And then, you have one row of those, and then you start going to lower density housing. I don't know. When we met August maybe of last year or the year before, Mark presented a good concept of what medium density looks like, these housing types we don't have with houses directly on the road. And I remember sitting in that meeting, and I remember Mark showing this, and I remember the folks from Baldwin Park saying, yeah, that looks pretty nice. That would be more consistent with what our plans are, not an apartment complex, but these homes that sit on the road, maybe have 2 or 3 condo units in a building, whatever. And I mentioned to Mark at the end of that meeting, I said, we did this with the S1 property that's on the west side of this property. We came together after Smith Road Apartments as a town, as residents, and a developer. We wrote the S1 ordinance, and we defined what that property should look like. At the end of that meeting, I said, why don't we do that here? Bring the residents, bring Horn Properties in, bring some representatives of the town and say, how do we do this that it makes it work for everybody? That might mean you have to write a new sort of medium density or low medium density development style that works, that gives you that change of housing choice. So I think those are 2 options that could be considered, is to look at what's really going to happen there and could we fix that. Everybody seemed to be in agreement out of that meeting. I will say at the Planning Commission, that never got discussed later that night. That idea of can we bring folks together and come up with a solution. I think that there is a solution there. It might be that the property ends up at 4 units an acre, 3 units an acre, 5 units an acre overall. But I think this is an opportunity for all of us, instead of yelling at each other and going back and forth, how do we come together, someone stand up and take the lead and say, let's discuss this, outside of this forum on how could we work together to solve that. But I think maybe 3 to 6 units an acre. If you want to go over 3 units an acre, the developer has to show they're providing a significant benefit to the area to allow them to get to 4 or 5 overall on that property. And as Commissioner Meyer said, properly feather the density against the existing neighborhoods. Just a thought.
Okay, do I have a motion of any kind?
Well, I think I and J should be reflected as very low-density residential. Given the character of that corridor, given the land use that's around it, it makes sense there. I don't have a problem with either G or F designating a portion of it LDR. I'm not entirely sure I want to see the whole thing LDR, but I understand that if you do put it as F and G as LDR, then you start at 3 units per acre. It still doesn't match the density at the Baldwin Park, but it does not make any sense for it to be medium density. It simply does not.
Low density here and low density there, and then they can decide how you transition within that, because that would be 3 to 6 units per acre on those two. I'm just trying to reflect what you all are talking about, because we're kind of all over the place.
I think a part of our problem here tonight is we're trying to treat this like a zoning meeting.
Yes.
And we're not allowing the flexibility that this future land use map should allow us. Mark, is there some verbiage that we can put in the proposal that makes a note of that this is in fact a guide and not a zoning map? Something that, I know we know that, but this might help resolve the issues here. Because I think we're close to an agreement here, I think, and I hate to have to, I understand what's the suggestion made, but I really hate to go back and start all over again, because I think there's a shorter path to a resolution that can satisfy us all. This is not a zoning map.
Well, that's what
You know
I've
what I mean?
stated early on. This is a vision map.
2012.
In fact, we never mapped the future land use intentionally for a long time. Ruth nor I, we had concerns about that, and this is exactly why. But anyway, you know, if you've got good policies like Noah's talking about and Mike Wilson, that's what drives your map and what happens on the land.
I'm going to advocate for the residents on this.
Yeah,
A lot of
and
times
that's
they
right.
feel very run over.
I mean, we had 3 very well-attended workshops, and we got a lot of feedback, so we're trying to,
And if
I'm kind of in the middle trying to present something that, based on what we heard, and, but, you know, there's certainly things that I understand all the different positions here, and you're transitioning and going from, low to higher density, and maybe there's some kind of compromise to allow that. I think what is on the screen might be an option as far as just future land use designations, because it does kind of give you that range to where you could potentially do that internal transition that's talked about in the plan. It's a different density than what we heard at the workshops.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
John, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from.
So we're talking about the G and the F potentially going to LDR, which is 3 to 6 units per acre. The policy is, states that the land use plan allows for you to start at 3 units an acre. And if you're demonstrating, under the exact words, if you're demonstrating quality to that area, you can move up in density. So, but 3 units per acre is what you're tied to the maximum for when you start with your plan.
So your question is?
Do you think you could explain that to the Baldwin Park residents, that you're still at a transition, 3 units, 2.34 units an acre? 3 units an acre to me is kind of R3, although most of our R3 falls under 3 units an acre. Does that make sense to you?
Well, first of all, I don't speak for Baldwin Park or any of the other 20 homeowners associations in Farragut. I just communicate with them. I think the consistent message is Farragut is densifying, and we're trying to not densify it. And so everything we're talking about is sort of this creeping density that's taxing the infrastructure and the highways and all that kind of stuff that you deal with all the time. Could I see my way through saying, okay, very low density might be okay there? Yeah, me personally, I'm not going to try to speak for hundreds of residents, but that could be a compromise that could work. I think perhaps we have the wrong people in the room to do that, and maybe the wrong format. So what Mike Wilson has proposed, and what some of you are proposing, is a different format where we have a workshop-ish like group together that we could talk about stuff like that. I think the reason the community is a little skittish about what numbers go on that document is we feel very much like we've had apartments rammed down our throats, and we're looking for a document that will give us some protection from that. And I know that your work wants to make sure that we transition those appropriately, but we're a little fearful that maybe that won't happen. So we're just looking for some certainty here, because we've been dealing with this for 7, almost 8 years now. We've been coming before you and looking for some resolution. So I'm in favor of getting the right people in the room and coming to some agreement. That includes landowners, it includes you all and residents that are here. Was that sufficiently vague as to be confusing?
I completely understand. I understand the desire on both sides of this. And I know that you guys have, in particular, it's exhausting for residents to have to come repeatedly. And what that's telling you, when residents are coming repeatedly and telling you they're opposed to this high density, is that your land use plan is wrong. It's like when you have to approve the same variance over and over and over again, it's telling you that your zoning needs to be addressed if you're dealing with the same variance. When residents consistently come out and say, this is not what we want, this is not what we want, this is not what we want, your land use plan is wrong. So they're telling us that it needs to be lower density than medium density, and I don't know that I feel comfortable making that decision based on the fact that public input said they wanted very low density residential. So I don't know where we go from here. I think I and J belong very low density residential. G and F is up in the air.
Are there other residents that would want to offer an opinion? I'll sit down.
Can you please give us your name and an address?
Yep, Adam Atherton, 801 Andover. Great meeting, I learned a lot tonight. Thoughts on this? I think something I would like the commission to consider is, how do you weigh the owner's input? I think you should be thoughtful in that. How does that come into play? Like I like what Ed said earlier about the owner should have some weight in the decision, and we're going to talk about Ford's property here before midnight, I hope. And does he have a voice? Is it just one versus all the Glen Abbeys and Park Place? Perhaps so, but I think there should be some thoughtful weight given there. Also, there should be some thoughtful weight to what the commission themselves come in with. Your residents too, of course, but you have the knowledge on transitioning and the planning and all those details. So that should be part of the equation as well.
Thank you.
I don't think we're going to resolve this tonight.
I'd say we're not.
No.
I think we take what we can that we agree with.
Yeah, is there a way to table G, F, and I?
Take G, F, and I out for now and have.
I and J, I think you all were looking at very low density. Is that what you suggested?
Need to be very low density residential.
Look at F and G as far as how do you promote a transition internally in those areas?
So do we want to have a motion that takes G and F out of the resolution?
Well, let's make sure we have I and J in first.
Say it on I and J. I is ours and J is Sam's.
Sam's,
Yeah.
What do you
No,
propose?
you go to very low density residential on I and J, which is 2 to 4 units an acre.
2 to 4, okay.
For you, that would be aye.
That's what he wants.
And Sam
Okay.
too.
I
Yeah.
and J.
Yeah, what about G and F, you're just taking out?
Okay.
We're going to table that for further
Table
discussion.
that. Yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So are we
Wait a minute.
approving the map?
We're going to approve half a motion.
Are we approving the map other than F and G, and that will basically, it'll stay the same for now, but we're going to further evaluate those two areas.
That's what I'm
No, the
hearing.
map-
That's what it is.
I and J.
Other changes we had tonight, too?
Yes, right.
Oh,
I
yeah.
and J.
And there was other stuff,
The
other
map.
revisions that we've had that we talked about an hour or two ago.
That was A through E.
Others
And there's the others on
are
the opposite
okay
side of Smith
except
Road.
for
And then-
F and G, and that's the two we need to evaluate more. Okay.
No.
Who made that motion? You?
I made the motion.
I'll second.
Whoa, let's back up. State the motion.
Motion is to approve the map amendments. I and J will be very low-density residential with that amendment, and G and F are taken out
They are as is.
to be,
You have to say they remain the same.
Remain the same.
remain the
Remain the
same.
same, yeah.
Well,
You're not changing, they just gotta stay the same.
That's right.
And then
They're either changed or they're not changed.
We'll just say omitting any revisions to G and F.
G and F.
So,
with further workshops to be had,
okay.
because it's not,
Well, the work on this sector is not
Yes.
over.
Right, well, and I don't think we necessarily need to put that in.
well, you
But-
gotta take it out.
Well, no, I mean, the part about not,
Well, I want it clear.
clear that we're going to look at it.
Yes. We need to make that clear that we're still looking at it. It's not,
That's the
we're not
action.
leaving it.
Stays the same.
Just as a housekeeping item, I think it's still dumb to keep E in there because it's already a B1 zoned buffer. And this is a future land use plan and it's not consistent with the principles in our land use plan. But I'm just throwing it out there. I think it's
Whoa, who's the property owner on E?
I think it's
probably
Mr.
Doug.
Moore.
Doug, then,
He already has zoning over that protects it. That's in the zoning ordinance. I guess what I'm saying is that there's no point to having E on here because it conflicts with the principles of the land use plan.
But then that indicates that you're willing to take it out.
No, if it was rezoned, it'd have to come in front of this body, in front of the Board of Mayor and Alderman and have it rezoned to take it out. It'd be a whole nother action item. But it goes against all of our connectivity and the interface that we actually want.
You could still connect through that LDR as that buffer zone as a.
I guess what I'm saying is this is an additional layer to all, you may have a development plan that actually makes a lot of sense that interfaces with the back of those stores.
it uses it for transition.
That uses it for transition, and what you're putting another layer of bureaucracy on here for somebody to ever have to come in and say, hey, I've got an idea. This is what my idea is. But now we've got it on here, so well, it's protected as open space on the land use
All you do
plan.
is you change the land use plan.
I know, but it's a whole nother step in changing the land use
Okay,
plan.
it's one item on hey, this is a great project, the community loves it, and so we're gonna have a
No, but
rezoning, but.
I just don't understand how we can put a future land use plan, which is supposed to be, that embody all the philosophies of the great ideas of the land use plan, and we're putting something on there that's contradictory to it.
Because it's 95 feet deep and it's a berm and it's heavily treated.
It's zoned today in the
The
zoning
motion
ordinance,
and
which is a codified
The
document.
motion and the second on the floor is
That was
to
also
Issue that's
zoned.
worth arguing about.
Okay, let's
quite
listen to
frankly.
Mark.
resolution PC-22-10, changing I and J to very low-density residential, leaving F and G as they are right now, pending further evaluation and working with the property owners and the residents to try to figure out a proper transition for those, and that's the motion. And it was
We have
seconded
to
by-
address A through D. We have to address K through M.
They're,
I think they stay the same. I don't know what
they
you're
stay the
saying.
same.
Yeah, everything, that's the
Okay.
only thing that changes. All the others are per what's proposed. The only thing that changed was I and J, and then F and G reverts back to what it is right now, pending further evaluation.
There you go.
Yes.
Do you have that, Mark, basically? Okay,
I've got it.
okay.
I'll second that.
I
Second.
You already said, we already got a
Second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Okay.
Let's take another break.
Okay, we're gonna take another 5-minute break here.
Yeah, just know it.
This time I'm getting the here, please. Item number 6 is for discussion purposes only. There will be no vote on this tonight. Discussion on request to amend future land use map in the comprehensive land use plan update of 2012 for 11,500 Kingston Pike, 68.31 acres for mixed-use town center, medium-density residential, low-density residential, and open space to commercial, parks and recreation, low-density residential and low-density residential. John Briam, Hy-Vee applicant. And again, this is for discussion purposes only tonight.
And obviously, these two items are related. The first item deals with the future land use map. The second one will deal with the zoning map. And hopefully, we've had a lot of education about both on the previous item. Talk a whole lot about that. I can show that this property is currently the future land use. Now, this is in the mixed-use town center land use area. And this area, the future land use map, has a little more teeth to it because the Board of Mayor and Aldermen actually adopted this part of our plan and our map. So the property, everybody's probably familiar with it. Just to the west of the town hall, east of Glen Abbey and Coles. The purple is medium density, not medium density resident, but mixed use town center. About 2/3 of the property is currently shown as medium density residential. The remaining third is kind of split between low density residential and medium density residential. And then there's a sliver of open space in that area as well. The applicant is requesting a future land use map amendment that would get rid of the mixed-use town center, and the northernmost roughly 21 acres would be a commercial land use. To the south of that, there's about a 7-acre Parks and Rec area land use. South of that, you've got about 15 acres of low-density residential. That's 3 to 6 units per acre, and then very low density south of that, which is 2 to 4 units per acre. Basically the future land use map, it would have to be amended for them to achieve the development that they would like to have here, and in order to rezone it to the development that they would like to have on this property. Basically, this change would remove the development requirements in our zoning ordinance, which is where the requirements are, that are associated with properties or portions of properties that are mapped that mixed-use town center. And those requirements are in place to try to incrementally provide for a plan of development that kind of emulates concepts of a traditional town center. More specifically, some of the specific things in there include limitations on the building size. The building sizes are limited to 25,000 square feet. Fuel centers are not permitted. So basically what the intent is to try to create a smaller footprint, more pedestrian scale plan of development with, it, again, kind of emulates a traditional downtown. Make it very walkable, create, community gathering spaces. And really all this kind of goes back to the town's history. One of the reasons that the town was founded in 1980 was to try to have more control over how it grows. And we've been very active in land use planning throughout our history. We've had a couple of plans that were developed, the Farragut 2000 and Farragut 2004 plan. And then we engaged the community and developed a much more comprehensive plan called the Farragut Land Use and Transportation Policy Plan. That was a 10-year plan that was adopted by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in 2001. And the policies within that plan helped guide regulatory decisions that were made subsequently to our zoning, our subdivision regulations, how we invest through our capital investment plan. One of the policies in that plan was the following. The town should promote the Kingston Pike corridor between Glen Abbey Boulevard and Concord Road, including Village Green Commercial Complex as the town center area to serve as a community focal point. So this policy statement really reflected kind of a long-term community desire that's really been expressed in all of these outreach documents for a kind of a core, a heart of the town, a downtown area, because we were founded really without that, obviously, just because of our age, and really we're just kind of a collection of shopping centers and subdivisions without that real downtown identity. So with that policy statement, policy document in place in 2001, we actually created the Town Center Zoning District in 2007, and along with design requirements associated with that. And then later in 2007, about 27 acres of this property in question, the northernmost, was recommended by the Planning Commission for rezoning to Town Center District. As required in that zoning district, the applicant had to present a concept plan, and that plan did show a mixed-use development that would be, at that time, the first step toward helping bring this downtown concept to reality. Unfortunately, that was also the time when the national economy kind of tanked, and so that project didn't get off the ground. So when the policy plan was due for an update in 2011, we again engaged the community. We hired an outside consultant from Colorado to help the town again evaluate what the vision would be for the whole town. And one of the strategies, and probably the most important strategy that they identified, was bring about a downtown. Again, this kind of follows a trend throughout the town's history. And as we've looked at earlier, and I talked a little bit about the first time we ever mapped that was in 2012. And a lot of the properties consistent with that policy statement from the previous plan, from Glen Abbey all the way to Concord Road, a lot of those properties along Kingston Pike were shown as mixed-use town center. So there wasn't any one property that was envisioned for the town center. It was kind of frankly, from the staff's perspective, for it to be a really recognizable space that really differentiates itself from its surroundings, it needs to be more than one property. And right now, we've got some things in play that are working toward, again, bringing that to fruition. So with the updated plan in 2015, we started working more on trying to actively address that strategy in our plan update. And one of the things that we did was to adopt some modifications to our zoning districts to require certain things for land that is within the mixed-use town center land use area. And that's also when the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopted that that map and the text associated with that aspect of our plan update. So there's a long history to what to what's kind of before you tonight. And again, you know, the result of what we did in 2015, in my opinion, has been very substantial in this part of the town. You can see the change right up here at the intersection. You know, when we made those changes to the zoning ordinance, we had an abandoned Silver Spoon restaurant, we had an abandoned gas station. You know, there was an old historic building on the other quadrant. The two abandoned buildings have been redeveloped for the size of the tract, a kind of different look and feel. The buildings are brought up to the street, so you have a higher quality, higher percentage of masonry, small footprint buildings that create kind of an activity area, kind of pedestrian friendly as you can be at the intersection of two major arterials. But again, that coupled with revamping the Campbell Station Inn, creating the Ralph McGill Plaza for outdoor gathering spaces, all that really has created a lot of energy, along with further east, the town center at Biddle Farms project that's underway. And that, all those things collectively really we're starting to kind of, this area really is kind of being known as downtown Farragut. So the property located to the west of the town hall is really the largest undeveloped area that has the mixed-use town center land use in it. If the map is changed and the zoning map is amended, what the applicant would like to do is construct a big box grocery store, approximately 156,000 square feet, with a fuel center and some smaller retail buildings up near Kingston Pike. And obviously that would be the direct opposite of what I talked about earlier with some of the development requirements that we have in our commercial zoned areas for areas that have that mixed-use town center. So the effect of that change to the future land use map and then subsequently potentially the zoning map would be substantial and really does need, in my opinion, to have significant community input. So that's kind of an overview of what is being requested. I will say that they will talk about a concept plan, and it's nice to have an idea of what people's, what they would like to do with a piece of property. But as I say this all the time when we look at these things, I wouldn't get too hung up on a concept plan or a property owner, because both of those can change. So as we'll talk about with the next item, with zoning map amendment, you really need to think about whether the zoning districts that they're requesting in the areas that they're looking at are representative of the context and our plan. And they're requesting to change the plan here in order to accommodate that. So these are all things that from a staff's perspective, obviously need very serious consideration. They do have some slides and I think a presentation. The applicant's here if you want them to go through that to give you an overview of what they have in mind. We do have some people obviously that have signed up as well to speak on this item.
Good evening, Phil Hoy, Group Vice President of Real Estate and Acquisitions with Hy-Vee. I want to just touch on briefly, I guess, who Hy-Vee is, why here, why now, this location, and then I've got John Brem with me.
Hey, Phil, we do need an address for the record, if you don't mind.
Sure, 22457 Elthon Place, Swan, Iowa. Sorry
Make sure
about
your
that.
mic is on.
Green light's on. I'll just
Okay.
stand closer to it. Okay. I've got John Bram with me. Ben Mullins also, and Houston and Wesley from Cannon and Cannon are also here as part of our group. So hopefully between the 5 of us, we can answer any questions you might have this evening. Real briefly, without belaboring who we are, I think it's probably helpful that I build some basis of who's before you and who's presenting this concept plan. So Hy-Vee is a grocer, but more than just a grocer, we're a retailer. What makes us different from other retailers, I'll say retailer instead of grocer. I think that's an important distinction because we don't just sell groceries. We do much more than that. The things that make us unique or different, I would say primarily we're employee owned. How we treat our employees makes us unique. We offer 10% employee discounts within our stores, 20% for our company-owned restaurants. We give back bonuses every level employee within our store. So that ownership piece extends to the store's performance, and we give back whether you're a part-time employee or a full-time employee. Flexible hours, some 4-day work weeks. Our partnerships that we have make us unique, whether those are collegiate partnerships, vendor partnerships, but even local partnerships. Like Lulu's Hot Sauce, now a national brand. They got their start in Hy-Vee, going into one store in West Des Moines, Iowa, going to the store director, talking to him, getting their product inside the store. That makes us unique as a retailer. A lot of national big box retailers don't let local vendors come in and sell their goods and get their start. But that's something that we do. It's a very important program that we have throughout our entire company. Service makes us unique. We're a full service retailer, whether that's our full service meat department, pharmacy, we have dietitians within our stores. We are a full service operator. Our full service food offerings also make us unique. Value with our deals that we have is also unique to be a full service retailer, but then also focus on value. And then experience. So we do have a fast and fresh, which is our convenience store concept as part of this. That is also service. How we offer our Fuel Saver program, which is especially popular here recently, as you can imagine, is part of our value offering to our customer. Our prepared meals, our safe environment, our knowledgeable staff, that's all part of the experience that we offer. I could talk for a long time about what makes us unique. I could present pictures and slides and videos, but I don't know if that's exactly what we're here for tonight, but I want to just at least speak to that because you might hear people say, we don't need another grocery store. We are not another grocery store. And I can spend as much time as you like on that, if that's helpful. There's some concern about the why now. Do we need another grocery store, or do we need another big box operator? We just had Kroger rebuild down the road, and I understand that. I understand that concern, and I hear it frequently. If you come in, then all of our other stores we're going to close down. But what we actually see happen when more competition comes in is that as John likes to say, iron sharpens iron. And what we see in communities where we have another operator across the street is they up their game. They actually invest in their store. They invest in their people. They remodel. So you might even have an operator come in and say, if this store opens, we're going to close. And it hasn't been the case. I've not seen that in my years with Hy-Vee. I've heard a lot of it, but I have not seen a lot of it. Competition helps. 94% of residents right now, of customers right now, say that they're not happy with the prices. And competition helps those things. I want to touch just briefly, and then I'm going to hand it over to John to go through these slides, but there's concern about this just being a concept plan, and what I want to say to that is we spent considerable amount of time designing the commercial part of this because that's the part that concerns us the most is our operation, obviously. But we spent even more time than that on the portion behind our food store. That's what we spent the most amount of time with. So it's not just lines on paper that we put on there flippantly. We started with lines on paper. We changed it again, met with neighbors, changed it again, got more feedback and changed it again. So what you see is a thought-out concept plan that has community feedback in it, and it has changed. And although it is a concept plan, I would have to believe there's a way to go through your process as a city to make it more than just a concept plan. To be that if the zoning changes, that and plats are approved, that land can be dedicated, green space can be platted, roads can be dedicated, zoning can be put in place, and certain design guidelines can be adopted for those different zoning elements. So I believe that concern could be alleviated through the approval process with the town. With that, I'll hand it over to John. He'll go through the slides. He'll talk a little bit more about the concept plan and what's being proposed.
Good evening. My name is John Brim. I'm Director of Site Planning with Hy-Vee, 5820 West Town Parkway, West Des Moines, Iowa. I might cover a few things that Phil's already covered over again, so I apologize for the repetition, but it'll help. We're here tonight.
I can't hear you. Can you?
Is the micro, okay. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. Good. The reason we're here tonight, obviously, is for rezoning and to amend the future land use map. That is the one key component that we have to do before we can really proceed to the other actions we would have to take to make this project a reality. But it's a critical one, and we can't justify spending the money on this property if we can't get it rezoned and start down the path of building our vision. The first slide I have up here on the screen shows a little bit about site selection, and I'm sure it's not going to be any surprise to any of you why we like this particular location. The Ford property is centrally located in Farragut. There's a great customer base, all of you, living all around it. What else makes it attractive is the fact that you can get access to the store fairly easily from farther reach via the highway and some of the state highways around the area. And we're also near a lot of complementary businesses. One thing that we've learned over the years, especially me doing this for the past 17 years, is that when we come into town, not just us, any other business comes into town, what happens is you get a halo effect around the new business. Everybody has to up their game, as Phil said. The competition increases for labor, so labor wages rise. Prices go down. You have to compete for better pricing. Service and selection improve. You have to compete for all those things in order to keep your customers and keep your business afloat. So we feel that this is a great location because of all those reasons, with or without the competition around. Next slide, please. Thanks. I wanted to give you a little background on what we've done so far with the community to get their input and make sure that those elements that are important to the town get into this concept. The first meeting we had was way back in March. We met with the town staff, and we just introduced Hy-Vee at that point with no real preconceived notions of what would go on the Ford property. Obviously, we wanted to put a grocery store there, but other than that, we wanted to hear what the town had in mind for this space and try and design and build around that. So after we heard town staff's comments, we went back and prepared a preliminary schematic master plan, very preliminary. And then we took that back to staff and presented it to them and got more of their feedback on the more built-out schematic master plan. And also got their advice on how to proceed forward. They suggested that we contact the surrounding neighborhoods and HOAs, meet with them, and get their input into this project in this space. So we held an open house on June 16th, and we had about 50 people actually sign the attendance book. I think there were more people than that there. The press was there. It was a busy meeting, and we received an awful lot of input, good ideas, lots of concerns, which we hope we've addressed with our concept plan. After we had that public input meeting, we followed up again with staff just to let them know what we heard, make sure we are hearing right, and get further input from them as well. And then after we received all that information, we revised our schematic master plan. And then with time constraints, we filed for the future land use amendment and the rezoning that we have in front of you this evening. Next slide, please. All right, so I have a couple, 2 paragraphs on this slide. And these are the things that we heard about that were boiled down at our community meetings. Some of the opportunities we heard about the Ford property in this place is find a way to celebrate the history and this place, provide more open space, extend the green space behind Town Hall was a pretty specific one we heard several times. Provide pedestrian and bicycle access and paths. One pretty specific comment we received is make sure there's adequate parking, and I think that comes from concerns at the Kroger store where there's apparently not enough parking at times. And then provide future street connections in order to mitigate traffic concerns. We also heard challenges. We received an awful lot of comments, so I've just boiled them down to the basic things that we heard. So obviously the biggest challenge, and the reason we're here tonight, is the existing zoning and the future land use. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. Traffic impacts. As every community that we go to tells us, traffic is a concern. And any commercial development on this property, regardless of whether it's a mixed-use town center, just your standard mid-size to big box stores, to just your regular single tenant type of places like an automotive shop or something like that, those are all going to bring in additional traffic. They're going to all have traffic impacts. Light, trash, and noise is a concern we heard. We believe our concept mitigates a lot of those concerns. We've already talked about competition for customers and labor, and there's concern about additional commercialization of Farragut. And so we've talked about that. Just wanted to make sure that you understand that we've heard these concerns and we've heard these opportunities. Next slide, please. So after all that massaging, this is the concept that we bring before you. I like to say this is a master plan. That means it doesn't mean it's baked solid, but it is a guiding document for how we want to develop this property. And some of the development objectives that we've placed, which line up with the town center mixed-use development objectives, are: one, create a sense of place. We understand, based on what we've heard, is that providing an entry point and creating that sense that you've arrived somewhere along Kingston Pike is extremely important. And so what we've shown are some basic blocking diagrams out on Kingston Pike in this concept, but there's a lot of green space around that, and those are areas where there's lots of opportunities to do something unique and interesting, to provide space, to provide structure, to provide volume and mass in that space. It's not designed at this point, it's just being reserved for that. As you get farther in, obviously you have our proposed store. I'll argue that with the mixed-use town center, the last one that actually made it to the Board of Aldermen had 184,000 square feet of retail space in it, and another 140,000 plus square feet of office, and that was just packed in the first 27 acres of this site. So it was a much denser, higher intense use. I will argue that inside this 156,000 square foot box, you'll find all the different uses, services, products that you would have found in a mixed-use town center. The difference being it's all under one roof, and it's all up closer to the road, and it's easier access to parking. Another thing we heard is the green space. Loud and clear, we heard that the town wants more green space. So what we're proposing to do is dedicate a substantial portion of this property for a public park to the town of Farragut, excuse me. On this concept, that represents approximately 8 acres, and that's not counting the green space that would be inside all these individual lots that you see on here. Pedestrian connections, you can see a lot of white lines on here. Those are all purposely designed trails. They don't have to take on that form in particular, but that is how we envision that space being developed. It can look differently. That would be up to the town of Farragut to decide how that looks. But between all the roads and with all the roads, all of them have sidewalks, and then you also have all these trails and connection points through the green space to the surrounding neighborhoods and to Kingston Pike. And that goes also to the pedestrian-friendly streets. And last but not least, something that was talked about quite a bit on the last item is consistency between uses. Our commercial portion of this project, our store, and the businesses that would develop up on Kingston Pike are similar to the surrounding, either to the east or west of this site. And then the residential that's in orange matches up identically to the development that is to the east. The blocks that are shown in the yellow line up identically to the development that's to the west. Next slide. All right, so one of the concerns that everybody had is the traffic impacts. So I'm going to try and walk you through this as best I can. At Jamestown Parkway and Kingston Pike, we're proposing a signalized intersection. Those drawings have already been done by Mr. Bates. And as part of that, the Coles entrance that's on Kingston Pike would be removed, and they would get a new entrance off of Jamestown Parkway on the inside of the Ford property. That has already been codified through a plat agreement as well. Municipal Center Drive, I noted it up there, would connect near the post office and near the area where it ends, just outside the building here, and then go around the outside of the parking lot. That way it stays a public right-of-way, and it separates the store from the uses towards Kingston Pike as well. And then Jamestown Boulevard is the long line that goes north to south and then sweeps up to the east. We're proposing that connection be made in the future, so we would provide the means to make that possible, so that when the parcels to the east develop, Jamestown Boulevard can connect over to Campbell Station. And then last but not least, we were asked to try and find a way to connect Red Mill Road into Jamestown Parkway, and that would be to the far south of the site. So that's transportation. Next slide, please. This diagram shows how we intend to codify and solidify this concept so that it can't be changed real easily. There's blocks in here that could be modified by individual developers, but the major portion of it would be developed by us on the front end. All the areas that you see with the red boundary and the peach colors, those would be dedicated as public right-of-way to the town of Farragut. And the areas that are all light green would also be dedicated to the town of Farragut as park space. Once those dedications are made and those are platted, it's really hard to change it from that point. And then we can also further manage the future development of the space behind the store using pattern books, design guidelines, design standards. We've done it before. We can do it again. Next slide, please. This, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. This is just a store that we've recently completed in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. You can see it's not a big, quote, box. It's got a lot of articulation on the front, both vertical and horizontal, to create different spaces. It's got multiple entrances. It has lots of glass, so you can see in the space. It has different departments with separate doors to each department, so it feels a lot like you're at different businesses along a street front. Next slide, please. This is the last slide, and I'll get out of the way here. So we believe that what we've created here meets all the stated goals of the town center district. We believe we've created a sense of place. We've created open public spaces and open spaces. We're proposing lots of pedestrian connections. We're proposing pedestrian-friendly streets. And we are definitely being consistent with the surrounding land uses. Another thing to keep in mind, and Phil already talked about this quite a bit, is we are an employee-owned company, and we have a business model. It's based on autonomy. So when the store is actually built, the store has the flexibility and the authority to make all their decisions locally. So they can make all their hiring decisions, they can make all their wage decisions, they can set their prices, they can do their promotions, they can partner with the local government, produce local producers, businesses, nonprofits, charities. And we typically do that with all of those sectors of the local economy. We get involved with everything: Boys and Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts, schools. The local government will partner up and do projects together. It's just something that's just ingrained in the blood of Hy-Vee. The other thing is innovation. We take risks. We implement a lot of new technologies. So if we get through this process, this store would have electric vehicle charging stations, probably have solar panels on the roof to offset electrical usage. We have one store that's LEED Platinum, another store that's LEED Gold, and several others that are LEED certified, and we've used all the lessons learned on those LEED projects, and we've baked the sustainability ideas that we learned from those projects into all of our stores. So a lot of the things you'll find are refrigeration that actually recycles heat and uses it to preheat water for dishwashers, etc. Concrete floors with lithium baked into them so they're hard and they don't absorb odors and liquids. LED lighting, skylights with dimmable dimmable LED lightings. I could go on and on. We do a lot of innovative things on the technology front. We also do a lot of innovative things in the compensation and benefit packages. Our part-timers earn a bonus based on the store's performance. They can get health insurance. We can get pet insurance. We get a 10% discount, dental, health, eye care, cancer insurance. The list goes on and on. Actually, I have the list with me, and I can read it off if you want to hear more. I'll stop there. We also offer tons of careers and job opportunities, both for people who just want a part-time job and want to earn some extra money. And we also have great positions as careers. We have managers of our departments that based on our compensation package, so they earn a base salary and they can earn a commission. They can earn 6 figures running a department at one of our stores. And then last but not least, we'd be another new sales tax source for the community. Thank you.
I have some people that have signed up if you want to. The first one is Jim Bolo? Bolin. Okay, and then after him, Karen Johnson.
I'm Jim Bolin, 12708 Golden Fox Lane in the Fox Run subdivision. So this was my first time speaking to this august body. Unfortunately, the Hy-Vee folks got drew the straw to come on at 4 hours and 15 minutes into the session, so I can see the weariness on your faces. I came here with probably a general feeling that I've heard from other Farragut residents and Fox Run homeowners, and that you see on social media is why in the world do we need a 9th grocery store, and while you want to be deemed a retailer, that you're seen as a grocery store. But, and I just heard numbers, so being the engineer, I looked at the map, drew a 2-mile radius from this location, and sure enough, I came up with 8 places you can go buy lots of groceries and get gas and so forth. You had the, as I learned tonight, where you had an open house and 50 people showed up. I can tell you that probably not many from the 366 homes in Fox Run showed up. They might have a different view if they've seen some of this on the proposal, but I think you've got a battle in front of you just trying to convince folks to add a 9th grocery store within 2 miles of the area. Certainly, Hy-Vee's put a business case together that says they'll be profitable. Certainly, it benefits the landowners and developers. And who knows what it'll mean for Farragut, but I do have some reservations about adding this in, the nature of it. Nothing against Hy-Vee. Sounds like it's probably a great place to work and maybe a great corporate citizen, but I think it's going to be a challenge, and especially since it appears to be very counter to the overall plan that the town has put together. So, thank you.
And next is Karen Johnson, and after her is Michael Wilson.
My name is Karen Johnson. I reside at 344 Bernie Circle, Baldwin Park. First and foremost, I just want to thank the Planning Commission, all of you before us this evening, putting in long hours for making Farragut a most vibrant and livable community that I've ever lived in, and I'm just really proud every day. I enjoy the community center and just, McPhee Park. I'm just, I'm just thrilled to be a resident. And I thank my fellow residents for all their input and their dedication to meeting, our common goals. I'm strongly recommend our planning commission, I strongly recommend our planning commission's approval of the IV request to amend the future land use map to commercial, parks and recreation, low-density residential, and very low-density residential for the Eddie Ford property as depicted on the proposed future land use map. Behind the commercial zone, as was depicted on the concept plan, Hy-Vee is requesting a 7-acre area for open space park zone, which would prioritize the walkability and connect gathering spaces. It includes a formal neighborhood green space, an informal neighborhood green space, also a amphitheater outdoors. It's going to incorporate the repurposed Ford barn, and there's also going to be neighborhood walkways that connect. So all of these green spaces are in close proximity to our existing town hall, our playground, and it kind of creates a really expanded town center atmosphere. So I think it ties in with what we've done for a number of years, trying to develop our town center. My husband and I were originally from the Midwest, and we have had quite a bit of good shopping experiences at Ivy stores, and they're full service. One thing I would stress is their emphasis on superior customer service. Their slogan is a helpful smile in every aisle, and I would just say that's something you'd have to smile about and just try to imagine. So you can tell that I'm a little tired. It's past my bedtime. But anyway, I'll keep on going. We're, like was mentioned, it's an employee-owned company. It started in 1930. And I just think it would be a tremendous sales tax generator for our community. I think we're going to be on the hook for about $7 million for the I-40, I-75 Campbell Station interchange, and it would help to have some sales tax generation for our town. It'll also create jobs, and it'll bring some competitive pricing for us consumers. But the reason why I really wanted to speak to the Planning Commission is the key advantage of the Ivy project is the roadway network improvements in the vicinity with a cost share coming directly from Ivy. In other words, it's my understanding that Ivy would help fund some of the network improvements.
30 seconds left, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Currently, we have two adjacent markedly short left turn lanes on Kingston Pike. One goes to Jamestown Boulevard, the other one goes into Kohl's Shopping Center, and it really creates a road hazard. And I would say that a head-on collision's about ready to happen any day when I go using that interchange. But anyway, it creates a danger zone, and I think that the Ivy's proposal to have Jamestown Boulevard realigned across Kingston Pike with the traffic signal and extended along the south side of the Ford property would really help rectify that danger zone. And also having the Kohl's entrance removed from Kingston Pike and relocated off the Jamestown extension. So anyway, I think that the whole...
That's the time.
The time is up.
Expired.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Michael Wilson, and after him is Jeannie Brukowski.
Good evening again, Michael Wilson, 412 Eisenhower Street in Farragut, Tennessee. I want to speak more, not so much to Hy-Vee on this item, but more to the property itself, the Ford property. So it seems the fundamental question on this agenda item is, should this property remain within the mixed-use town center overlay? If the answer to that is yes, then the developer's proposal is not compatible with the mixed-use town center portion of the C1 zoning ordinance, and it can't be approved. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. But back to that original question, should this property remain within the mixed-use town center? I think as a community we need to evaluate both of our options, the Hy-Vee and then what's presently zoned on that property. So back in 2020, late 2020, early 2021, there was a discussion regarding the mixed-use town development, the mixed-use town center development plans envisioned in the 2012 Comprehensive Land Use Plan that we've all heard so much about tonight. Town officials advised that they had gone to a conference in Las Vegas and addressed those plans with several developers. They were told that in order for them to come to fruition, there would need to be a multi-level parking garage in order to support our town center development. This was part of the reasoning for changing the C1 zoning ordinance to allow the freestanding apartments on Biddle Farm. as a previous discussion was held regarding apartments on this property, the Ford property, that was soundly opposed last year. And changes to the ordinance do not allow apartments on this property within the mixed-use town center. So here's some questions I think we need to think about. As a planning commission, if you desire to keep this property under the mixed-use town center overlay, are you willing to commit to building a multi-level parking garage on this property if requested by a future developer? That's what the town said 2 years ago would be needed in order to support a town center type development. Would the parking garage decision go to the Board of Zoning Appeals versus the FMPC and BOMA as a special exception request as discussed in paragraph F.2 of the C1 zoning ordinance? I think it probably would, because parking garages, and Mark, I may be wrong, but parking garages are not listed in the mixed-use town center portion of the ordinance, and the ordinance gives that permission or that granting authority to the Board of Zoning Appeals. I could be wrong because parking may be different, but I think it would. For the residents of Glen Abbey and Park Place, would you prefer a larger development of commercial, office, and residential buildings along with a potential multi-level parking garage over the proposed development? To me, it seems troubling if the town retains this property as a mixed-use town center, but has no desire to approve the noted garage that they've been told is needed to support the town center development. While it would be preferable to address these land use issues without a pending request, I think now is the time to discuss not only this proposal, but the other types of potential development that could happen under current zoning. Having dozens of businesses, offices, and a parking garage might create more issues than this development. Thank you.
Where's he getting this damn parking garage?
Okay, Jeannie Bukowski, and then after her is Mary Ellen Brannon.
My name is Jeannie Braikalski. I'm a member of the Farragut Neighborhood Preservation Partnership. Several of us are here tonight. I live on Crestview Road in Bel Air. Now, Hy-Vee wants to build a 156,000 square foot grocery store with a convenience store and gas pumps in the middle of a residential area, which is not compatible with the current land use plan, which protects residential neighborhoods from incompatible development. Nor is it compatible with that area of Kingston Pike, much less the neighborhoods and families who live there. To help visualize the size of the Hy-Vee store, picture Costco, which is 146,000 square feet. Hy-Vee would be even bigger. For those of us who live in the neighborhoods adjacent to and near the Ford property, we deal with extremely heavy traffic and difficulty getting in and out of our neighborhoods daily. This would make it worse. At the staff developer meeting October 4th, the Hy-Vee representatives confirmed again that they want to buy the entire acreage and that they will be selling the property they do not need. They only need about 20 of the 68.31 acres. Hy-Vee said they would not be involved in developing anything beyond the back of their store. They may have a vision, but they will not have final control. They would have to find a willing partner. This is a very uncomfortable and distressing unknown. If the zoning and the comprehensive land use plan is changed for Hy-Vee, whoever buys that property can do whatever they want as long as it meets the requirements of the changed zoning. The small parcel Hy-Vee said they want to donate for a park, they stated that they would not pay for or manage it. That would be on the town of Farragut. If you go west from where Jamestown Boulevard and Village Green intersects with Kingston Pike across from the Ford property where Hy-Vee wants to build their store, to the traffic light at Kingsgate, it's less than 1 mile. It's 0.9 miles. Heading west, there are 12 curb cuts on the left-hand side of Kingston Pike. 7 curb cuts on the right side of Kingston Pike. These curb cuts include several businesses, shopping centers, and residential neighborhoods. Per the town of Farragut, Hy-Vee would need to do a traffic impact study before a site plan would be approved. In order to be accurate and honest, the study would need to be during the school year, during regular school and business hours. Hy-Vee's concept plan calls for the Municipal Center Drive to kind of zigzag around their store from behind Kohl's to the post office and connect with the proposed Jamestown Boulevard access to the Kingston Pike at the Ford property. It would not run straight across the property and would not be walkable. Would this not also be a safety issue? The back of the Hy-Vee grocery store and the loading dock would back up to several Glen Abbey homes and be near many more. Semi-trucks delivering inventory, being unloaded, etc., would create a great deal of noise and gas fumes. Then there would be the dumpsters, where food would be discarded, which of course will attract rats and other scavengers, and then be hauled away by the large and loud waste trucks. The residents of Farragut need to know the impact this project would have on existing businesses, small specialty businesses, and residential neighborhoods. Mark, can you key up that? Thank you. At the staff developer meeting, October 4th, the Hy-Vee representatives tried to counter the concern of high car traffic by saying there was really no difference between the traffic 156,000 square foot grocery store would generate than a series of smaller boutiques, coffee shops, office suites, and doctor's offices. Example up there, for a grocery store with constant delivery trucks and then businesses of a small footprint with limited operating hours. In addition to the noise and safety issues, there are concerns of quality of life. We moved in to neighborhoods, not commercial developments. We want to live next to homes and families, not parking lots, big box stores, and gas stations. Hy-Vee seems like a nice store. I just don't want it less than a mile from my house or next to or near any other Farragut residence' home. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Brannon, and after her is Jillian Lindsay.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ellen Brannon. I live at 212 Battery Hill Circle, which is in Farragut Crossing. And I think it's pretty obvious tonight. One thing I think we can all agree on is that we're all pretty passionate about Farragut and its future. I believe that the majority of our residents don't want to see Farragut turn into another over-commercialized, asphalt-covered, carbon-copied community indistinguishable from every other Knoxville area community. I believe we want to have attractive neighborhoods with compatible amenities, compatible in terms of scale and location, without the height, traffic, overcrowding, and unappealing features of other communities. The current zoning and future land use plan were the result of Farragut residents working together and providing input to create a vision of what Farragut should be. Ask yourself, would changing the land use plan or the current zoning enhance Farragut? Would it move Farragut forward in any way? I think not. What it will do is destroy the surrounding neighborhoods and disrupt our entire community. We don't want Farragut to become known as a destination for mega shopping. Leave that to places like Turkey Creek or the nearest Buc-ee's. If this happens, we will lose our Farragut. Please, please, we're asking you not to change the zoning or the land use plan. Thank you.
Last speaker was Gillian Lindsay.
Good night again, everyone. Jillian Lindsay, 734 Andover Boulevard, Andover Place. This Mr. asked the question why we need another supermarket. We don't. We have enough. We have 9 supermarkets very close by. We don't need the traffic. We don't need commercial coming in our family. We made investments as residents, as passionate Tennesseans in our area. We love our area. My family, we just came from a trip from Denver. We don't want Denver here. We can go to it. So I would not recommend the growth of those states in Tennessee. And this is for the board. A lot of outsiders is coming in and wanting to develop, which is fine. Growth is good, but there could be good growth, there could be bad growth. Where is Farragut? Where is Knoxville in 10, 15, 20 years? Are we our next Chicago? Are we our next Colorado, Denver? Are we our next New York? Are we our next Atlanta? So the growth and everything that is put in now needs to be seriously evaluated in the growth that is going on here. I've seen it. I'm a seasoned traveler. And I can say passionately, I moved to Tennessee over 20 years ago and love it. I've never seen a Southerner move north. I've always seen Northerners move south. So when you guys come here, where do we go? That's a question for you guys.
Okay, and then Adam Atherton.
Good evening, almost good morning. I appreciate the meeting tonight. Adam Atherton, 801 Andover, in beautiful town Farragut. I support the Hy-Vee proposal at Ford property location. Here are some things to consider. One, while town of Farragut has a healthy balance sheet and reserves, it also has expensive projects on the must-have list, such as Campbell Station, I-40 changes, and the traffic management system. Offices, apartments, dentist offices don't bring tax money to Farragut. Retail does. The Hy-Vee proposal on the Ford property can help fund these infrastructure projects in a big way. Two, Hy-Vee has already figured out that Farragut's a special place. Hy-Vee has 285 retail stores across the U.S., rakes in $12 billion annually. Hy-Vee has big plans for the region around Tennessee. They're building their third distribution facility in Nashville. The other two are in Iowa. Hy-Vee Farragut would be one of 3 mega stores of 150,000 square feet. The other two are in Zionsville and Louisville, Kentucky, both great places. 3, Hy-Vee's ranked on Forbes' list for largest privately owned companies, consistently ranks among customers' favorite grocery stores, has heavy community involvement, and provides employees a stake in the company. They would be a heavy hitter like Topgolf. Hy-Vee, Costco, and Trader Joe's intentionally draw from a wide area, which is why there are relatively few stores. In contrast, Publix has 1,300 stores, Kroger's has 3,200, and they're merging with Albertsons and doubling in size. This would include shoppers from Knox, Loudoun, Blount, Anderson, and Roane counties. Grocery tourism is tourism. Keep in mind, Hy-Vee offers much more than groceries. Hy-Vee will be a big draw. Hy-Vee Farragut will have car charging stations. The other two in Knoxville are outside of Farragut. Among other things, drivers shop while their electric cars are charging. I asked a buddy who has a Tesla how much time he normally spends when he's traveling. About 40 minutes of time waiting for charging. So that's just an N of one, but interesting stat. 6, Hy-Vee proposal helps meet strategic goals in the town of Farragut, CLUP and FLUP. Strategy 1 is to build out a downtown. Ford property is consistently included in a wider area for downtown. Strategy 4 is to increase connectivity. The proposal would connect Municipal Center Drive to Kingston Pike and Jamestown, as well as connecting interior roads to existing ones in neighboring areas. Strategy 8 is developing remaining parcels consistent with plans. 7, neighboring commercial properties also have large amount of floor space under one roof. Kohl's and neighboring buildings, the contiguous buildings, that's about 100,000 square feet right next door. Across the street, the sprawling Fresh Market buildings cover 140,000 square feet. This is within a couple hundred feet. The Hy-Vee building would be large at 150,000 square feet, but would fit with buildings right next door and across the street. The proposed housing density behind Hy-Vee is similar to Glen Abbey on one side and Park Place on the other, and that goes for both the original proposal and the new one. 9, the development of the Ford property would present the opportunity to improve Jamestown, providing some relief to the Kingston Pike Campbell Station congestion. 10, Hy-Vee proposal includes extensive landscape walking paths and a small park. Walkability is highly desired, as we know, in any community, including Farragut, because it fosters a healthy lifestyle. 11, finally, Eddie Ford volunteered his time and abilities for 24 years to development of Farragut. His property has been in downtown conversation for years, and this is reflected in the Clup and Flup. Hy-Vee's proposal on Eddie's property is consistent with Town of Farragut plans and presently developed properties nearby. Eddie has earned goodwill, and to Ed's point earlier, we really should consider what the owner wants. It is time for Town of Farragut to reverse the decision to put an overly restrictive zoning on his property and let him develop the property as his wishes. This benefits Farragut too. I support removing the overlay consistent with Hy-Vee's request. Hy-Vee would be value added to our community. Thank you.
So Mark, I need to,
I think she wanted to speak real quick.
My name is Judy Bloodworth, live in 517 Banbury. I come to this meeting in a kind of a unique position. I was a former member of a planning commission, and I was a retail buyer for a lot of years, working for Meijer as for one of the chains. So I'm pretty familiar with the concept that Hy-Vee is attempting to bring in. But I'm going to speak to only one aspect of this as a question, which is on the plan where we're talking about the Jamestown Parkway. If you sell that property behind you, are you completing the parkway all the way through, or is that for the person who's going to purchase the property to finish all the way back to the future connection to Campbell Station? That would be the question to these gentlemen. I don't know. That's my only question for today.
Yeah, the completion would be part of a phase 2 as the residential portion was built out.
By others.
But I thought you were selling that piece to the developer.
Correct. So we'd be dedicating the right-of-way for the roadways. So we'd be building the portion basically from Kingston Pike to the portion you see that's contiguous to our store. So those other two connections to the west could be made. But any of that connection behind our store to the south would be part of phase 2 as that residential portion was put in.
Is that all public input?
That's all the people that signed up, yes.
Can I give you guys a little bit extra background? Because I did, in all the non-traditional research I do, I came across the Farragut 2000 plan, and in reading it, came across some stuff that might interest us. So it's a vision document it was approved in 1991. I think it was one of the first major planning efforts that we had done, formal planning efforts. And it was approved unanimously, adopted by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on February 28, 1991. It identifies a variety of areas of emphasis, one of which was economic and private development. And in it lists, one of the community goals was commercial development can be tastefully and intelligently integrated into a residential environment. Mixed-use developments consisting of commercial, office, and residential uses combined into an attractive functional plan are especially desirable. It highlighted 5 areas where they thought commercial development should take place. One of them was Kingston Pike, limited to areas presently zoned commercial and a largely undeveloped area behind and south of Brooklawn Square. It had 15 recommendations. There's 3 that are pertinent to what we're dealing with tonight. To maintain a high quality of life as the community continues to develop, the following recommendations should be implemented. Promote well-planned mixed-use developments that allow a blend of various compatible land uses. If necessary, the current zoning ordinance should be amended in order to encourage this type of development. Number 11, make appropriate changes to the town regulations to remove any barriers to mixed-use developments. And number 15, encourage public and private development of mixed-use sites. 2 sites are of particular importance. One was the Fort Loudon Lake waterfront area. The other was the second site, borders the creek south of Kingston Pike. These sites are especially suitable for the development of festive shopping areas. Several other properties could be involved in the realization of such plans. It will take coordinated agreement between all parties to design a feasible plan. Such plans should be integrated with the major road plan, future land use plan, town hydrology plan, and long-term economic development strategy. So, in other words, mixed use in the town of Farragut has its roots in a plan adopted in 1991, which is more than 30 years ago. So I think that's something to think about, as we have always been very forward-thinking in our planning. I will say this just for clarity. Yes, we have a $8.75 million price tag that goes along with the interchange in I-40/75. This is, all we're doing is reprioritizing our CIP. This is what we do every year. We prioritize the projects that we want to do. This one, the price tag came in after we adopted our budget. Had we known this in April, this wouldn't even be a discussion, because we would have reprioritized our CIP projects at that point and gone along with our day. But this is a priority to get this project done. So the town of Farragut does have operates with a surplus every year and has a healthy fund balance. We are debt-free and have been debt-free since 2001. We pay as we go. We do not collect a property tax, and we preserve our way of thriving without a property tax. We conduct ourselves in an extremely fiscally conservative manner. So that's not a concern to me, and I'm just going to make my points, and then I'll just be done. We are first and foremost a high-quality residential community. That's why we were founded. We wanted to protect the high-quality residential community that we are. Secondary to that, we were going to live without a property tax. But to compromise our desire to build a sense of place that emanates from a pedestrian-oriented town center just to generate additional sales tax revenue, I believe, would be short-sighted. So I do not support removing the mixed-use town center overlay from the
Mark, do we need to, do I need to
else
read
have
number
any?
7 in?
Anybody else have any comments on this one?
I will say one thing if we're going to do number 7, and I don't know that do you need to read it in?
Yeah, I mean, I can show you the zoning change that's requested if you want.
Okay.
Just quickly.
Discussion on a request to amend the Farragut Municipal zoning map for 11,500 Kingston Pike, 68.31 acres from C-1, O-1, B-1, and R-1 to C-1, OS, R-4, and R-3, John Briam, Hy-Vee applicant. And
this
again,
is-
these two were for
Yeah,
discussion
just
only
discussion.
tonight.
And this is the zoning map. This is where the requirements are embedded. And the top image is what the property is currently zoned. You've got about 12 acres that's zoned commercial south of Kingston Pike, and then you go to office. There's a small section of buffer just before you get into kind of the back side of Park Place, north end of Park Place subdivision to the east, and then the rest of the property is zoned rural residential right now. So that's what you can do with the property. The C1 part is also tied to those additional design requirements that I talked about that are specific to the mixed-use town center land use area, dealing with the smaller footprint and the more pedestrian type, look and feel of the development. The lower image is what the applicant is requesting. It would provide for the zoning necessary, assuming that the future land use map were changed, because that would have to change in order to have this project come to fruition. So the lower image shows C1. It's expanding from roughly 12 acres to about 21 acres. And then to the south of that is the open space area that they alluded to, possibly donating to the town. Then there's an R4 section, and R4 is what Park Place is zoned. And then there's, to the very south, an R3 zoning district shown. And that's what Glen Abbey is currently zoned. That's small lot, single family, residential. As I mentioned too a little bit on the future land use map discussion, I always say be careful about paying a lot of attention to concept plans or what somebody says that they're going to do. And they may very well do what they say, but you really need to look at that map and look at the surrounding context, guided by what your vision is based on their plan and the map associated with the plan, at least currently, unless it needs to be amended, to give you guidance on whether or not these requested changes are appropriate to the context. Because once that C1 part, if the mixed-use town center goes away, those development requirements are gone. Property zone C1, if Hy-Vee doesn't come in, somebody else could do something that may not be as lofty. So, you've got to think about that. And then these other areas that are maybe not part of Hy-Vee's development, that are residential or open space, again, that's something that you need to carefully think about. What happens with those, no matter what the concept is or who the applicants are or property owners are. So that's the only thing I would caution, similar to the future land use map. These are changes that to the staff are pretty significant. And I think the community really does need to substantially weigh in on what their vision is for this property and the larger area, and what changes to this property could result in other parts of our mixed-use town center potentially. It's a very important consideration. So I'll not say any more because it's extremely late, but I did want to make those points.
Can I make additional points to that? Park Place and Glen Abbey are designated inaccurately on the future land use map. Park Place has a density of 2.96 units per acre, and Glen Abbey has a density of 2.79 units per acre. Both neighborhoods should be designated very low-density residential on the land use map, which calls into question how the undeveloped property not designated MUT is currently designated. At some point, the community needs to weigh in on that as well. I will state this, that what you're saying about, I could not support rezoning any of the office zoned property to provide for more additional commercial property, because now it becomes an issue of the threat of incompatible development next to existing low-density residential neighborhood. And that's all I got to say.
Else?
If we zone C1, from what I'm reading here, it would allow sales of lawn and farm equipment, automotive services, probably more tire stores.
Anything that's permitted in the C1, yes.
I think it's incompatible with our plan.
They'd have to pull the overlay to do any of that, though.
Yeah, they'd have to change the mixed-use town center land use.
But you also still have commercial on the front end.
Then you get rid of those development requirements that are specific to that land use in C1. But if they did that and rezoned at C1, then yes, you're right.
It was interesting read.
Anybody else have any thoughts or comments or anything?
Anybody else have any comments or questions?
What's interesting is
Yeah,
that we
Michael.
achieved it.
I wanted to make a comment on this item, so.
I couldn't remember what our names were.
Okay. I didn't have anybody signed up for this one, but. Oh, you did? On 8 as well?
Are we talking citizens forum here?
No, this is for item 7.
Oh, still, okay.
So again, Michael Wilson, 412 Eisenhower Street, Farragut. I think we should be cognizant that this discussion is not about the Hy-Vee development versus the current open farmland. This area could be developed as it's currently zoned. That request would be much more difficult to disapprove. Hy-Vee's request should be compared to what could be developed under the current zoning. And thanks, Mark, for putting up page 51. As seen on page 51, the current commercial and office space zoning has a larger impact on Glen Abbey and Park Place than Hy-Vee's proposed rezoning. Under the current zoning, the commercial and office development would abut approximately 9 homes on the east side of English Station Drive. Under Hy-Vee's rezoning request, this number would be reduced to 4 to 5 homes. That's a 44 to 55% decrease. As well, you can clearly see the proposed open space or park provides a much greater buffer with Park Place. Next, I want to discuss the residential area. The proposed residential densities are between 2.2 and 2.9 units per acre. The main difference between these two is their form. These densities and forms seem compatible with both Park Place and Glen Abbey. Hy-Vee's use of the open space on the western boundary provides an additional protection and pedestrian enhancements for local residents. This protection might not be provided if the land is developed using the current zoning. Remember that parking garage we talked about earlier. The main challenge I see is with the low-density residential or R4 portion of the development. As you know, R4 has a density of 3 to 6 units per acre. To me, it makes more sense to rezone the entire residential portion as very low density, allowing 2 to 4 units per acre. Actual density would probably need to be about 2.4, 2.5 units per acre to get the approximate 100 homes Hy-Vee has planned or identified. The park and buffer space on the western boundary is a substantial improvement that would warrant increasing the base density by 0.4 or 0.5 units per acre. This compromise would ensure the density remains compatible with both existing neighborhoods and still conforms to Hy-Vee's plan. As mentioned earlier, Hy-Vee's development does address several strategies from the comprehensive land use plan. The first is strategy 4, increased connectivity. Alignment of the site entrance to Jamestown Boulevard supports the town's desire to use this road as a bypass for North Campbell Station and the Kingston Pike intersection to address current traffic issues. The connection of the Municipal Center Drive would allow Glen Abbey residents to get to South Campbell Station without having to travel on Kingston Pike. The future road connection would provide additional connectivity to other areas of the town center, such as Biddle Farm. The new walking trails and sidewalks would provide pedestrian connections, increasing walkability in the area. These would be safer as they move pedestrian traffic away from Kingston Pike. Finally, the placement of the park next to Town Hall could allow us to capitalize on our Heritage Strategy 5. I recommend naming it Battle at Campbell Station Park. This would allow an opportunity to tie this space to the Campbell Station Inn, giving us an opportunity to highlight our history. The Biddle Farm Town Center needed apartments to make the project viable. The last developer interested in building a town center here advised he would need apartments to financially support a town center type development. Other developers have said it would take a multi-level parking garage. I don't believe anyone in this room wants any of those things. While a walkable town center is preferred, it simply might not be financially feasible on this property due to the price of the land. Hy-Vee's request is not perfect, but it does offer several positives for the town and should not be rejected out of hand. And one thing I see with all of these comments is people have concerns about how this would be developed, particularly the back end. Consider a planned commercial development district on this property, because then these folks would have to find a developer, bring them in, and have a completed site plan and everything before it's rezoned. So that may be a concept that the developer and the town could come onto agreement with. Thank you.
Okay, and I think the last speaker was Gene Brikowski.
First, I have a quick question. Is the top the current zoning?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. Okay. So the new zoning would reduce residential property, it looks like. And of course, it increases commercial. First, I want to emphasize. Yeah. First, I want to emphasize Hy-Vee and a couple of people have mentioned Park Place and Glen Abbey as being the subdivisions, the neighborhoods affected. On that same stretch of road is also Derby Chase. right there at the entrance to the road, Glen Abbey Road, is also Shiloh. Right next to Shiloh is Bel Air. You go down just past a little ways, there's Farragut Crossing. And of course, there's also Village Green on the other side of the street. You go a little bit farther down, there's Linda Heights. And then you go farther down, there's Kingsgate. On the other side at Boring Road, there's subdivisions up there. The point I'm making is, as I mentioned earlier, there's 12 curb cuts on one side and 7 on the other. On the one side, the side that Hy-Vee will be on, Glen Abbey, Derby Chase, Shiloh, Bel Air, and Farragut Crossing, and Linda Heights. Park Place doesn't. These ones only are these subdivisions only have one way in and out on Kingston Pike, and we already have a horrible time, and there have already been wrecks because there are so many curb cuts so close together, and now 156,000 square foot building. That is mayhem waiting to happen, and also there's been comments made about weighing the owner of the property concerns and what they want over a few subdivisions. Well, a few subdivisions, Glen Abbey has over 350 homes in there. Oh, okay, I thought it was, okay. But anyway, there's Park Place has several. Village Green probably, nobody has probably can even count them at this point. There's so many. There's 60 homes in Bel Air. How many are in Farragut Crossing, Mary? 300. Only 300. Okay. So, does the number of people who live in the area who don't own $1 million properties that we can sell to live on the rest of our lives, is it fair to us to have our property values go down, to have our quality of life impacted negatively? Doesn't each and every one of us deserve some consideration? And I want to say thank you to Louise and to those that have asked questions and mentioned about preserving neighborhoods and residential sovereignty in Farragut, because after all, as it was said earlier, that was a big part of the reason Farragut was founded. And I was around then, I remember. So anyway, thank you again for y'all's time, and thank you for being so supportive and open to residential comments and residential support. Thank you.
Item number 8, approval of utilities.
Did not have any.
Okay, and number 9, citizens forum.
Do not have anyone.
Okay, in that case, the October 20th, 2022 meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission.
30 seconds, there we go.